Welcome back, YouTube. We're going to be getting back into our Survivor Man Challenge, but we're going to be hopping back into our Survivor Man Challenge we've been doing in Farming Simulator. It's just what it is. If I seem like a little out of sorts, we were playing some Space Engineers, and we ran into a really weird bug that unfortunately kind of soft-locked us in the game, and that kind of just, like, really has thrown me because my brain is trying to figure out what ways I can tackle it. The troubleshooting hat is on there. But that said, we're gonna be back into Survive Man Challenge. So the Survive Man Challenge, for those who are not aware of what this is, you start with a chainsaw, $0. You may not lease vehicles, you may not accept loans. You do get a plot of land because the chainsaw and the plot of land are necessary to do anything. And I gave myself a truck, so I have the arbitrary extra rule that I may not sell the truck. From those humble beginnings. Oh, and I gave myself the burnt out bus to sleep in. So we start with this bus, that truck, and this chainsaw. And since then, we got ourselves 2 greenhouses, we got ourselves sheep. I've got all these fields over here. We've got a granary. Behind the granary is a bakery you can't quite see from here. And what a lot of people can't tell is last stream, towards the very end, I now own more land. Was the grid static before you built it? Nope. Did you start with A land? Yeah, you have to start with 1 tile of land. Otherwise, you're not allowed to cut down trees or farm or anything on it. So what we're working on right now is I believe we've already sold all of the goods I could sell for the moment. What we need to do is it's time to expand our farm. So because I own a bunch of land, that what I have decided I'm probably going to do in how we approach, okay, so luckily those crops aren't grown enough that we trash them by going over. I forgot with the snow, we are drift citying hard here. So what I'm actually going to do is I'm not going to start with this tractor. This will seem a little weird, and I'll explain what I'm doing here in a moment. Did you use the asteroid as an anchor? I did not. Like, for the record, I do have hundreds of hours in that game, Space Engineers. I didn't do anything different than I normally do, which is I put a block down, I start building a ship off that block, yada yada. It had power, it had all the things, it had the cockpit. All the stats looked good. We tried swapping things, doing things, turning things on and off, confirming stats. It's fine. Let's not stay super absorbed in it. If you got ideas, we can put those in like the like on the Discord or something. That way I can check them later, because I'm gonna end up, I don't want to go back into like the mindset of like doing all Space Engineers the entire time I'm playing this, because I'll do that and then we won't do anything in here. So my plan here is we got our new tile of land. So you can see there's a couple rocks up here and there's that. I'm actually debating cutting straight across here, going all the way down, and making this like one giant grid. Like one giant field. It's going to take time to set up. Oh, right, I turned that off. So it's going to take some time to set up. But that should be easily, per harvest, like an extra 40 to 60,000 or some nonsense. Because it'll be like our 2 largest fields combined. Not quissing. Are you allowing yourself to paint fields? Or manually creating? I'm manually creating them. I get why people do paint the fields, but it's not super necessary to do that. Nothing wrong with it. Because once you learn how to use like the GPS in the bottom, not super hard. Let's not make the mistake I've been making, which is to butt ourselves up right against the rocks. Let's get that rock a bit of a wide berth. Alright, that should be enough space for those. And if you're wondering why, if I have to do a giant field, why did I switch to my lower horsepower tractor with a much smaller plow? And it's 100% just because for framing it out, I want to use the much smaller, plow. It's much easier to get a clean square rectangle, I'm gonna say. So you just opened the new video, and it feels weird to hear you without seeing the cam. Yeah, for those who didn't see, we have posted a brand new video onto the YouTube. That is Farming Simulator 22. It is a Survivor Man challenge. It's not this run edited up. It is a special, YouTube exclusive one. Very genuinely, I'm trying to actually put the effort into making proper content for YouTube. So we're just taking a VOD and slicing it up and tossing onto YouTube. Not the greatest. This is me trying to do much better about that. Okay, so we've got the first stripes there. This is going to be an absolutely obnoxiously large field, by the way. But, like I said, it should pay out real well. Alright, get us to 180. And we can go all the way down to the edge of the map down here. We did the side I have to worry about the most first. And then I do have to worry about over on the greenhouse side, which is what we'll do after this row. Of course. That's fine. I actually kind of figured eventually what I want to do is go around some of these fields and make it like the dirt edge. So it looks like, people have like ridden the tractors and trucks and all that over the edge and trampled the grass and ruined it kind of thing. I guess that might pop on the tile just slightly. It's fine. But as you can see from the area we're doing, this is going to be about 2/3 of an entire tile worth of space. Probably farther than I should have gone. Oh, and obviously, I've got a lot of trees to deal with on here as well. We will. I'm not going to worry about those trees, but these stragglers here in the middle. There's only maybe, what, a dozen? Yeah, 6 there, 4 there? Oh, I guess it's only 10. No, there's one way down there. So it's about 11 or 10. 10, 11 or so. But yeah, so we are going to have where you see this road here. It's going to terminate there. I'm going to have it run north-south from that point instead of keep going like we originally planned. And then this gravel road that is currently servicing these greenhouses and all that, that'll probably stop being a gravel road. Like, we'll put the paver road along here. And instead what we'll do is we'll have, like, kind of more of a gravel area for all that. We can potentially add other buildings or whatever here. But we can figure that all out. And part of the reason I want to make this one giant rectangle for, instead of smaller fields and all that, is I do want to be able to just take the AI and be like, deal with this. So when it comes to like plowing and all that, I want to just be able to hand it over to the AI and be like, I'll see you later. Now, I still have not quite locked in what crop I'm putting down here. I think the most likely one for me is going to be sorghum. And the reason sorghum is because then I can put the sorghum into our granary and make it into flour. And that should be enough that then the granary can run year-round. Because right now it does run for about 6-7 months. And then it runs out of grain to make more flour with. So my thought is this should be about enough to keep it running year-round. And the reason I don't want to just do more wheat is this would be another field I have to manage in the same day as the wheat. And that's going to get to the point of being kind of too much. So I wanted to make sure to deal with that. Oh, now we're gonna have a couple more trees. Looks like I might gonna probably get 2 more trees here. But you can get an idea of just how ridiculously large of a field we are making right now. And I know that's not as far up as this one. I'm going to drop the plow over here. We're going to go get our stump grinder. You chop down that tree that's... Well, actually, we'll go... So I want to make sure I'm far enough away from the trees that the AI will be able to handle it in general. So if I go east-west versus north-south, I think the AI will be fine as once I get the trees out of the middle. But if I go any farther, I'm not as confident. Let's go grab our stump grinder. Let's go grab our truck. We have all our vehicles over there. We're gonna make it happen. The other good news is I actually do still have an okay amount of money left over. Just the ice and sliding around. I do have a decent amount of money left over from buying the extra area. I probably will have to sell some goods early, but I don't think I'll have to dip that bad. But yeah, so when I chop down a tree, I want to go ahead and knock down the stump immediately so I don't lose track of them later. And we're in no rush of the prep for this field. I can't plant anything in it for a while, so it is basically just getting the field prepped. The other thing is because I am creating a field. Can you tell it's a little icy, chat? As we were just slipping and sliding absolutely everywhere. Stop. This is the worst I've ever seen it too. Too fast, too furious. Iowa edition. Oh, God, I trapped myself. I have to know. I'm holding right. I'm holding left. Okay. Okay. So we're just gonna go through real fast. We're gonna deal with these trees. Have I already lost the stump? It was like right in the way here somewhere. What? Oh, I'm just okay, I'm just going the wrong way entirely. Okay. I was like, wait a second. How did I already lose it? Alright, we're just cutting down all trees right around here. Just gotta keep track. There's 3 trees here. And I'm deliberately not cutting them down particularly low to the bottom, so their tree stumps are really easy to spot. Alright. There's 1. There's 2, and there is 3. Cool. Next set. Okay. That's certainly how trees work. Question mark? We got 2 for 1 in that tree. And the first very cursed tree was not happy about occupying the same physical space as the second cursed tree. Okay, we got 4 over here. So we got this one over here. And there's the other 2 that were over here. And actually, how... Really? And how few tree stumps we had, or how many few trees we had over here is one of the reasons we went to it. Because there was, I think, 6 tiles we were considering. And ultimately what happened was we were considering those tiles, the 2 tiles over there where that hill is, but they're like bisected by those hills. So we're only going to get to use about 2/3 of the land, if that. So I have to be like, nah, let's not take those ones. Just because of the fact that I'm just like not going to get nearly as much workable space as it would for this one. I did look at the one on the opposite side of the road, and it was okay. But there was definitely like terrain considerations. It was fairly hilly and all that. So just ultimately I was like, oh yeah, we'll sit there and talk about like which one we want to use. And then when we actually started looking at everything, it's like, nah, there's distinctly one that's a better option for what we're doing right now. We got 1 in the truck, 2 in the truck. Three in the truck. The other half of 3 in the truck. Is that not the tree? No, it's just bushes. Where was the last one? We had these. Oh, the other one was way over here. That's right. Where? Did I miscount, or I'm just like straight up missing a tree? I guess I miscounted. Because we got 4 stumps. Yeah, no, I must have miscounted how many put in the truck. The next one's way down here. Yeah, but this way I should be very confident that I don't have a bunch of tree stumps everywhere, since we are cutting them down and grinding them away as we go. So yeah, and I think I have that one tree way down there, I think is in the property. We can check it with the truck pretty easily. Yeah, so let's do a quick patrol. See if we have any more trees inside the field area. Which is a question of these like last little ones down here on the edge. I don't think they are. I think those are on the other side. Yeah, those are way outside. Nailed it. Alright, Dragos. You have a good one. That wasn't us wrecking. We were just doing a barrel roll, that's all. So I should get a couple $100 more for all these little scrawny trees. Okay. But yeah, so if you remember when we were desperate for every penny, how it would take us like literal hours of just cutting down tree after tree after tree after tree. I mean, that's more than I thought I was gonna make. Almost 1,200. It's not that much money compared to what we're making these days, but considering I only have 18,000 on my name and 1,200 of that was from it, I'm not gonna complain. Alright. Yeah, because we haven't been too over the top with cutting down trees. Like, we cut down a bunch on that area. You can see where I've left my mark in that forest. The only proper area we deforested was that hill where the bus is. That was pretty heavily tree covered. So we definitely did a number on that spot because that's how we had to start the run. But I've deliberately been trying to not lean into just cutting trees all day. Alright, let's take care of the last stump here. And we could ditch this. And what's going to end up happening is we're going to finish squaring out this field with the little plow. Oh, right. And the other thing we're going to do is this area up here. That's going to become where we keep our tools. So this area up here with the rocks and all that, that's not really useful as a field for us for planting stuff. Where did... Oh, it slid all in the bush. We're going to make that into, like, you know, our equipment staging area versus right now they're kind of haphazardly chucked everywhere. It'll be a dedicated space just for staging. Because if we go and get in our production line, I'd probably want to put it over here where we've got our greenhouse and that... Or not greenhouse, granary and that kind of stuff already. How are you doing, by the way? Alright, you got space. I want to deal with that before the day's out. And one nice thing about this initial making of the field over here is this field that we're planting over here, because we didn't mow the grass before we're plowing it, it'll start at 50% fertilizer, so I won't even have to do a full fertilizer, like the sets of full application of fertilizer for the first round. Alright, so you just sit here and wait. So now I got all the trees out of the field, we could get back to plowing it up. But yeah, for people wondering why would I, like if I'm watching you live do this, why would I watch the YouTube video and all that? Stuff like this is stuff that, in the YouTube video, I ended up, like, just putting on some music onto it. And you can just watch, like, the faster time lapse. If you want. Like, obviously there's Twitch interaction on Twitch that does make it a much different experience and whatnot. Alright, so my hope is I can get away with just the one pass with the little plow to square this off before I go in for the really big plow. Because the big plow being a giant wedge is far more limited on its maneuverability and squaring stuff off and all that. That's the entire reason I started off with this one. Is just to frame it out, get all the lines set up. And then we're just going to try and go into the big plow and clean it all up. Like, fill out the middle. Because obviously, I want to get as much coverage with the plow as I can to that. And that plow is the biggest plow we can get in vanilla. Like, without mods, I should say. We have the DLC, it's just... I mean, honestly, considering where I was eyeballing that from, that's not terrible. I was eyeballing it from literally the opposite side of the tile. Now, granted, if I was doing this really professionally, I would have gone over there and have, like, noted the GPS coordinates and used that to line it up. And then I would have known for a fact you got solid. But yeah, so now I'm going to be able to take this road. So the idea is the gravel road will go north-south the way I'm facing now to get us space for fields. Oh, of course there's that there. It's fine. To, you know, get us more fields down there. We'll go way up there. There'll be more fields up there. But that'll be a later concern. Right now, we can probably just get this tractor out of the way. I do think what I'm going to do, though, is I'm going to drop off the little plow up here. Just in the relative area. And the reason I'm not putting this where I said I'm going to put all my equipment is I want to go in there and build, like, the garage and everything to put in there. Like, put down asphalt, all that stuff. But I just want to stage this stuff over here-ish for moving in there. I'll probably also buy the... You can get, like, a gas pump. And all that. I probably will buy the gas pump and everything, so I have it right up here in my area. My own gas pump, so on and so forth. The reconfiguring area, all that will probably get put up there. So where I go, oh, I want to, you know, change the tires out on my tractor and whatnot, I'll be allowed to do that. Now, that said, I will not be using... The mod does come with a, an even fancier service place where they'll repair your stuff for free, because to me that doesn't make that thing. Let's see, what about putting it on the same plot as a garage? Putting what in the same plot as a garage? I mean, we'll have the garage, the gas station. I'm planning having all that in one area, if that's what you're asking. Because, yeah, I'll probably have just, like, an area where we can park our equipment. Yeah, probably the area where we can park our equipment, like, along the side of, like, one of the walls of it, we'll probably have the gas pump. I'll probably have, like, catty corner to it. Like, we'll have to see where it goes with the rocks over there. But yeah, my plan is to just, like, make an area that's, like, our equipment storage for this area. Eventually, you'll end up having multiple staging places for your equipment, but that's a way down the road concern versus right now. This all worked well, because I wanted to make sure I got this in place, because I'd absolutely forget about this. Alright. Now it's time to get to work. Okay. So the big problem is, as you can see, because of the giant wedge, if I were to drop it back there, it'd mess up. So we are going to have some, like, annoying Vs when we start this field. Then we have to clean up. that's fine. The big thing is that we get everything but the ends, because then I can just swipe both of the ends at the very end. I can also have the choice of deliberately cutting across the end of the field in our first rotation or two. It doesn't really matter. It's not going to save me a whole lot of time one way or the other. Of course I did that. I noticed that. You're still in the Space Engineers category? Try refreshing. I shouldn't be. No, you're right. I am in the wrong category. I started to type it in and I didn't finish. No, I thought I did. It's fine. Either way, I'll get it fixed. Alright, so let me... This is just Twitch things. Let's see. A new day, a new field. Farming Simulator 22. Survivor, man, challenge continues. Alright, there we go. Thank you for catching that. That might explain a few things. Oop, oop, oop. Yeah, like I said earlier to people, after stream, if I remember, I'm gonna take a quick peek at Space Engineer, see if we can't figure out the see if I can't figure out the soft lock issue. If I can, we'll play again tomorrow. If I can't, we'll just move on to something else in the list of games. Luckily, there was 3 games tied for that position, so I was like, you know what? If one doesn't work, we'll just play the next one. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. Okay, so it should be updated now. You might have to refresh for it to actually stick. Alright. But yeah, so as you can see, I am going to have these weird V's at the end of it. Just like, so like the AI does this even after you've plowed the field the first time. I just had to do it because right now if I drop that, a big chunk out of the grass back there, so I gotta move it up until I won't. So here. But we'll clean that up in the end. No big deal. No big fuss. But that'll be an interim thing. The good news is it's only a headache I gotta deal with the very first time we plow this, because I have it set to create a new field. Once I take off the create a new field, I can just go right over the sides, it'll be fine. Make it a big butt cornfield. So I think I haven't committed to any specific crop yet. The two strong considerations for crops going in. The one I'm leaning towards is sorghum, because right now the granary runs out of, you know, stuff to make flour about 6-7 months into a year, like after harvest. So it's like, okay, means I can already take advantage of all my existing infrastructure. I toss the sorghum in there. The sorghum covers those handful of months that we don't have anything in there, and I get all of that flour, and that means I'm getting the price like 1.5-ish the sorghum's value. So I'm getting the production bonus out of it. The other option, that's not the right button, the other option would be going for just a straight up cash crop like soybeans. Yeah, and that'd be the whole thing, is sorghum should require the same header. I could also get soybeans. I would be down for moving into something like sunflowers or corn or something and doing a production line along those. Actually, I think corn's production line's a pain in the butt. But sunflowers. But I do need to invest in getting another, like a header for that. I had one at the very beginning, and then we got rid of it because I wasn't using it, and it was just cheap, and I wanted to get like quick extra $1,000 whatever, because it's a crappy one. So I was like, okay, let's go ahead and invest that. The other thing I should check real fast, is anything on sale today? I mean, yes, but nothing to worry about right now. But yeah, so I think for right now, though, I'd like to stick to using the equipment I have so I can upgrade the equipment I have. And, you know, get the benefit on both ends. So yeah, so it'd be... I'm pretty sure it'd be between sorghum and soybeans. So the only reason I'm going to say no on the wheat is it means I would have to plant and I would have to harvest even more effort on the same days, and a not inconsiderable effort with how big this field is I'm making. So very really, I might run into problems where I can't finish harvesting it all before it's too late without, you know, changing the game speed. Which, you know, if I have to change the game speed, I have to change the game speed. There's no rules against that. But you get the idea. I'd rather not deal with that. That's the whole reason why sorghum specifically, as opposed to like oats or wheat or barley or anything like that, is the sorghum has a it overlaps heavily, but it's a different planting and harvesting schedule than the wheat. Make sure my heading's good. Yeah, like if we look at our schedule here, so I've got our wheat. We plant in September, we harvest in July. Barley, it's planted September, harvested June, so the harvest would be different, but the planting's the same, so that'd be pretty big. Canola is unfortunately right in the middle of all of it, so it actually hurts both ends of it. Oats is a little nicer in that we plant it in March and then harvest in July, which does overlap that. But then when we go down here to sorghum, wherever you are, where are you, sorghum? Sorghum, we do this in April and August, so it's in the gap. It's still a little bit overlap, but it's not as bad. But if we look at the soybeans, that's also one that's a bit different. We plant in April and we harvest in October, so that should be good. I feel like the soybeans might be the way we go, actually. Looking at that more, because the sorghum still does overlap a little bit on the planting side. Like, you would harvest it when you need to plant the other crop a little bit, which isn't too terrible. But the oat is greater than wheat, or sorghum greater than wheat for the first two harvests. Seems like an extra harvest. Now, the downside if I go with the soybeans, I'm not getting the benefit of a production line. But it is a good just straight up, I have this crop and I want to sell it as this crop. Like, we're not doing anything fancy. We're just getting a bunch of soybeans and dumping it in sell point. Except I'd have to sell it as we fill up our things. I'd be selling it at the low season. I would need a silo to get my money out of the soybeans. I need someplace to store it, to set on it, which means it'd be out like almost 100,000 to get a silo to toss all the soybeans in there to sit on them for however many months till it's time to, time to sell for the biggest profit. Yeah, I think sorghum. I think sorghum's what we do. The other thing you can check is some of those you can overlap. You can do, I think there's one of them you could do oats part of the season, and then the other part of the season you can do a different crop. I don't remember if they're both grains or not. We could check. Let's check real fast. Let's testing. So yeah, so that'd be plant in March, harvest in July. No. Like, you could, when you make a new field, you could lead with oats and then switch over to canola, or, lead with oats and then switch over to wheat or barley. But, then that overlaps the other way around. And sorghum is just not quite. I think it's sorghum. I think this field's sorghum. I think that's what we're doing. And it just means we'll have 2 not so stressful days of things happening, and then when it comes time that we're harvesting the one set of fields and then seeding this field, That'll be our big month. But let's see, how much time is there in between? Yeah, but there's no rush. Because we would harvest this, and then I don't have to prep the field till April. Like, don't get me wrong, ideally we would get other crop in here, but it's just in that interim until I have the money to, like, buy the next production line, buy a silo, buy whatever. How expensive is the bigger header? If we're talking about the big header, so it wasn't the header. The problem was when we tried to do just the header, we couldn't handle it. To get the next bigger harvester, we're probably talking mid 200,000s, which is likely worth our time now. Now that we have all this extra land, it's likely worth saving up to get ourselves a bigger harvester. Which is what I said I was going to do anyways, is that after I got the new fields, I was going to likely save up for the bigger harvester, probably a replacement tractor, more than likely getting the sprayer and cultivator, like put some real investment into our tools again. If you remember correctly, there is field crop that is year-long. Well, yeah, so if we look at wheat, it's almost a year-long. You have just enough time from harvest to prep the next field, so you really don't have the time. Because if you combine the combine with a tractor trailer, the tank size should be irrelevant. Oh, if you get, so there's I believe there's combines that you can get where you have a tractor trailer that just gets drug with it or whatever, or expansion to them or whatever. I did check the harvester or the harvester we had. It didn't seem like there's a whole lot I could do to customize it. I don't remember though. But honestly, the header is important enough that we just probably need to do it. You mean planting and harvesting seasons? Oh yeah, no, that's like there's the poplar trees that's like just the tiniest speck of winter. There's the oh, what is it? It's something radish, not like proper radish, like an off one. That the advantage is that it's pretty much planted a time, and it just needs to be in the ground long enough. Yeah, we go down here, it's near the bottom. The oil radish. So oil radish and grass, you can harvest them anytime, and you can plant them most of the year. Like the winter itself, the winter proper, you can't plant it. But the rest of the year... I don't think is particularly worth that much, though. Like, the poplar's fine. That's your lumber. Yeah, no, at some point, I'm gonna make a proper area for our animals. Like, right now, I've got the sheep over here. What I do think I'm gonna ultimately do, not on this tile, but maybe the next tile I acquire, I'm gonna make, like, a little, almost like an enclosure area where we'll have, like, the pigs, the sheep, the cows, the chickens, the horses, like, make a whole circle of all the things. Make, like, the extra building or two you need to support those. You know, we'll have the feed production, like basically make an entire tile that's dedicated to just the animals, and whatever extra space is on that is going to be growing grass, because I'll need that. I'll probably likely in the long term, like I'm not going to obviously build all those at one time, but likely what will happen in the long term for that tile is I will end up needing to have dedicated space for feed production and all that. Oh yeah, no, I got you. It's not about like the total product you get out of it. It's just you would rather the field doing something versus nothing. This harvest and roll. Yep. That's I know people are all like, you should get the baler that gives a little rectangle bales because it consistently rolls them out. You don't, like, you can just tell it to go and just the bales fall out and then you clean them up. I actually, even though it makes less sense economically, I do just have a softer spot for like the giant ball bale thing where, I mean giant cylinder, but you know, where you just go along and it opens up and this like giant wheel drops out the back. You know, it ends up being like drive, stop, spit out the wheel, drive, stop, spit out the wheel, drive, stop, spit out the wheel. Forger harvester trail. Oh yeah, like the bigger ones. Yeah. But I would want the really big baler because we'll use that with our animals. Just look at like the giant bales of hay and grass and the animal feed and all that stuff. But that's a down the road thing. Right now, it's get the field prepped. That's the first one. Get the field prepped. So that we can up our crop production. See if we want to switch up / advance. Well, I mean, it'd be add additional or expand in any way in our production lines. Or it could even be that if we put the sorghum in here, that is just enough that we just get the extra flour and it's just a huge influx of extra money on our existing production line. Which the advantage of that is if we're getting an extra like $40,000 or whatever, we knock out a couple of seasons where we upgrade our equipment so we can go way faster. And then after that, what we can ultimately do is it'll be very quick to be able to buy an additional tile after that. Like every increase we make in the rate we make money means to expand the operation becomes faster and faster and faster. Now, we will hit a point where I'm going to need additional tractors because I'll, you know, hand the cultivator to an AI and I'll say, take care of it, and I'll want another tractor to run over to the next field and be like, okay, you know, fertilize, AI, take care of it, and I'll just be running around managing AIs for a little while when the season changes. That's a down the road problem. You know, that's the point where we'll start turning around and some of our production lines will get switched over from selling at the ideal time. The stuff that produces faster, it's not as important that I sell it at a good time frame. A lot of those production lines we'll just say, hey, just sell it directly to the people. Like, take your cut, it's fine. I got other things I gotta do on my calendar. Because I'll always have to make our new fields. Anytime we expand, I have to put down the buildings, I have to make the new fields. These are processes that only the player is allowed to properly operate. There's mods that let you, you know, set up the AI to try and make a field, but I don't like having mods that make the AI smarter. That's fine. Handing the AI the ability to manipulate the map itself, I don't trust. The AIs are not that smart. That's where you come by with like where we're leaving these jaggies here temporarily. That's where you come by and that's what the AI's done, is it just left jaggies everywhere and you're like, oh man. But we'll get there. Like, I know I'm gonna have a lot of cleanup on the end of this field, but that's fine. And my plan is to have the AI, well, like, when we harvest and all that, to go from the greenhouses that way, not from that tree set to that tree set. Because otherwise it's just, it'll go badly. But with this, I should have more than enough Like, there's no obstacles close enough to the field, I don't think, to cause problems either. We've got the greenhouses are way back there. There's no rocks or trees at all on that side of the field in any way. So that's why I felt a little comfortable getting kind of close to those trees, kind of close to those trees, and close to the rocks. Because it shouldn't matter. And if I have to tweak it, I have to tweak it. It's fine. But yeah, I didn't do the math, but I would estimate the field we are doing here is not quite twice the size of our largest field, but it is probably roughly the size of our 2 largest fields together, but a little bit more than twice the size of the 2nd largest field. So for our purposes, it'll be a very significant upstep in our production. It'll be not quite getting... It'll be more than a third of our potential crop that we have before the field, but not quite half of it. Edgewise or area-wise? I would say area-wise, like the total, you know, square feet, whatever you want to go, hectares, acres, whatever. And that's eyeballing it, though. That's not... I didn't sit down there and, like, look at the coordinate system and be like, okay, you're 200 across, you're 35 tall, you know, do the math, how many, whatever those units are supposed to be on the GPS in this particular case. I don't know if those are, like, supposed to be latitude and longitude, like actual GPS, or they're just arbitrary coordinate grid. That, like, if I go to one corner of the map, it'll be 0, 0. Like, I never bothered looking into it because it didn't matter much to me. And check, when do we plant sorghum? April. Okay, so we've got 2 in-game days. Well, really we have 1 in-game day to get this field prepped before I need to put the sorghum down, which shouldn't be hard. We're doing perfectly fine with the plowing. I only have to do 1 pass with fertilizer. And the only thing I have going on, like March, I don't have any processes I need to do at all. April, I would sell the wool, which only takes a couple seconds, so that's not a big deal. Once I get this plowed, like we're already prepping the field. Like this is already like the first main step, the most time-consuming step in prep.
Thank you NL_Jufro for subscribing for 1 month.
Hey, Fro, thank you so much for the Prime Gaming sub. I really do appreciate that. You only get 1 of those a month, and you used it here. So that means a whole heck of a lot, so thank you so much for that. Loving the streams, here's support. Well, thank you. I appreciate that support. I'll get your Lego piece on the kit here when I turn around. That way I have plenty of time to do it. I already had the piece set aside. Which actually... that might take me a moment, because this is a big step on the Lego kit, chat. This is a non-insignificant step that's about to happen on this Lego kit. So, you get to cash in on a lot of people's hard work and get a big, proper step going to be happening. Because a lot of those different pieces we've been putting together, they get to become one piece now. It'll just take just a minute. Here, let's do that real fast. So, we got this thing that's going on right now. So the actual individual piece that's going on here is another one of these things to finish that out. Okay, so now I've got that. And there's no additional pieces here. Let me make sure I line this up right. Okay, so that should be symmetrical in every way. And that is going to go... Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. That's going to go here on this other piece I made. How are you holding in there?
Yay. Woo woo.
Thank you, Sentient Cookie, for the biddies.
Hype train is go. Choo choo.
For the 100 biddies. So bear with me for just a moment. I gotta see how this works. Because I don't know what's holding you in. I see that you go through there. Oh, I was like, I saw the gold cap. I was like, wait a second. All right, okay. So this now goes through here. Oh, I see. It does hold in together that way. Make sure I've got that right. Yeah, so that's together down. So I got that arm figured out. And then I add another piece on here. Actually, so there's another step before we have to worry about that. So Sentient Cookie got me another one. So we've got this thing I gotta pull aside. I didn't have all these parts set up. I wasn't expecting as much love and support today as we're getting, so thank you for that. And again, thank you for those biddies, Sentient Cookie. I do appreciate that. And we've got Joe Man also dropping 100 biddies, as well as Goose Gaming dropping 40 biddies. So thank you for all those biddies. I do really appreciate support. Oh, that's good. So we had the other day someone had given under 100 bits, and it didn't show up in the daily bit goal, which was not an intentional thing. All right, so here's for Sentient Cookies. You've got this piece. We're snapping a little black peg in there. And then we have for Joe Man, we've got another piece snapping in there. We've got another...
Remember kids, violence isn't the answer, it's a question, and the answer is yes.
And there's another peg for that next 100 biddies from Sentient Cookies. So thank you so much for all of that support. We're flying through those parts. Let me go ahead and stage up some more parts. This is the way chat's going to be. Let me stage up some more parts. So I need the 7 long. I need 2 of those. We're getting pretty close to done with the first section. You're still going great. I know someone that chat keeps petting with 2 bits at a time. Yeah, so that's that was one of the things when I first set up like all the alerts and all that. It was a thing that was it Streamlabs I was setting up with. That Streamlabs is like, do not turn on your alerts for under 100 bits. It's like you will be trolled. It will be disruptive. It will not be a positive experience for your stream for very long. It's like, okay, Streamlabs. Which, for those who don't know what happens, is what ends up happening is someone decides they're going to drop like $5 in bits, but they drop it 1 or 2 bits at a time. And if you do the math on that, it ends up being over 200 alerts. So, they're like, look, if someone wants to harass you and is paying you $1 or 2 every single time, it's at least you're getting something out of it. Like, so you've done that to your sister? Oh yeah, no, it's 100% like, there's a bunch of best practices they give you. It's like, here's things you really should know when you set up streaming. For example, sound alerts or any disruptive redeem, whether it's a sound alert or a big GIF covering your screen or anything. Like, doesn't matter what it is. Anything that's going to be disruptive, it's fine to have them if it's, you know, meaningful engagement and yada yada yada. It needs to have limits and or cooldowns, or you will 100% be trolled. Even if it's not that disruptive, even stuff like your hydrate redeems, people would absolutely blast those things. But yeah, so thank you. This is one of like the only streams where we've had more than one hype train in the course of a single stream. That's very rare in this channel. Which that isn't me saying anything about the support or whatever. I don't do enough to promote hype trains or whatever. Which is something I want to do, is I do want to set up stuff so when we hit a hype train, there's a fun little thing is done on it. I've already got the plans, it's just another thing that's set up. I'm sorry, but that's all the bits you had. Oh no, that's fine. Like, any support is appreciated. Like...
Thank you Groots_Twig for gifting a sub to SCH0IE.
So thank you, Grootswig, for... Oh, sorry, She-Wolf. She-Wolf. Thank you, She-Wolf, for gifting the Tier 1 sub to Grootswig. Wait, actually, was it 2 at the same time? No, okay. It was Grootswig giving a gifted sub to She-Wolf. I've got it backwards. My fault. So, Grootswig, thank you so much for the Tier 1 sub that you gave to She-Wolf. She-Wolf, you now have yourself some nice advertisement-free viewing, as well as access to the emotes. And Grootswig going, Shooey. I've already stated my terms. It has been clipped on what it would take to make that happen. Why are there triangles at the end of the field? Because if we look at the shape of the plow, it's a big old triangle. So what's happening is I'm going to go back and forth and get all that, and then we're going to snipe the ends of it at the end. Because unfortunately the plow is a big wedge shape. It's not flat. Oh, did I misread it? Really? So... Oh! Yes, so thank you. Thank you, Groots, for paying it forward, and it went to Shui. Or Shoei. Shoal? I don't know how to pronounce your name, because I can't tell if that's supposed to be an I or an L. I think it's an I. I'm struggling. But, with that... so let's see. So we had the gifted sub. Wasn't there like 2 actions right there at the end? So I owe a part. No, okay. So I owe 1 more part. So here we go. We've got that thing. And we got another part going in there. And apparently a hair. And we got another part going in there. And that is a downside of dyeing your hair, chat. When you have to bleach and dye your hair, a lot more hair ends up being shed. It's something about hair really not like getting bleached. Like just absolutely chemical bathing it. Just hair seems weirdly not down with that. Did you forget what's the way to pay so you can buy meds because you forgot you're running low last month? That's never fun. Stripping of oils, maybe? Oh yeah, no, it does a lot of things when you bleach your hair. It does a lot of things that hair doesn't like. It gets rid of a bunch of the oils. It's like attacking the nutrients inside your hair to get the color out. Like I mean, don't get me wrong, it's not something like you're gonna have some like serious long-term health problem like from the hair itself. I remember reading there is some stuff that like people who spend lots and lots of time bleaching their hair can actually have problems to your scalp. But, like, you really are doing a number on your hair. I say as someone who did. Like, you can't see it right now, which is really surprising. Because, like, it is genuinely, like, very faded right now. The dye job I got on my hair. Like, on stream, it looks almost like black hair. Like, really deep brown. But, it is, like lavender colored now because it's fading. I might try and see if I can get 1 more dye out of the container of dye I've got. I don't think I will. And I'm a little concerned that if I started and there's not enough, that might be a mess. Because the alternative is when I run out of dye, it's time to cut it. And then the purple hair goes away. Because I haven't paid to have it bleached again. Love says, hair is not alive already. Bleaching ruptures it so the melanin can escape. Yeah, no, it wasn't as well as things that just you're messing what's in there, so you're making the hair. I think it like makes it more brittle and all that. But yeah, I noticed like right after I had done the bleaching and the dyeing, like, you know, it's not like the first day, but a couple days later after like combing the hair, you get a bunch of just random hairs on the comb and all that, which you always get like some when you comb your hair, but it's definitely a increased amount compared to what you saw. Now it wasn't like it was coming off in like big package, you know, patches where it's like, oh god. But it's like, oh, that's a little bit more than I'm used to seeing. Flo says, you're in a musical in high school and you had the stage girls try to straighten your hair with chemical straightener. It did not work at all, but my hair felt awful for months. Yeah, I wouldn't say my hair feels awful. Like it's not crunchy or something. Slab says my hair already comes out in patches without help already. Yeah. Yeah, no, if I was definitely someone who I was in a family where, you know, pattern balding or stuff like that was already a concern, and you know, I wasn't comfortable with that or whatever, I would definitely not recommend dyeing your hair as a way to deal with that problem. You will certainly speed up that process. That's the thing I've mentioned, because like, you know, I've had people's like, well, what if you started going bald? And I've said this to other individuals who I know who have gone bald, and you know, we're trying to, like, you know, different people have different approaches. Mine would be the lean in. Like when you like, if where you get like, you know, you get up here by your temples, if like that started like cutting backwards, like, oh, you know, clearly this is a thing, I would take it all off. Just lean into it. And I say that as someone who has a very lumpy head. I would not make a particularly attractive bald person. But I feel like for my own mental health, it would be easier for me to be like, this is what we're doing, like we're going for it now, versus trying to fight it. It would be a thing that, you know, I would imagine for me it would be far more difficult to fight a battle that, you know, I can't say how realistic it is to slow down or beat the process or whatever. I honestly don't know that much in that regard. But I feel like fighting it is more straining on you mentally than just being like, hey, you know what? Let's take it off, you know, go get some turtle wax or whatever the appropriate stuff is, try and make the best of it, and just lean into it. Let's see, you got one grandpa on one side that barely got salt and pepper hair at 87, and the other side, the grandpa and dad are bald. Yeah. Unfortunately, inherited the wrong branch. Save a bunch of money. That's the other thing. It's like, hey, look, if I'm gonna get dealt these cards, I'm gonna take as much advantage of it as I can. I'm gonna make the most of it. Your brother went bald at 17. You got lucky. That's tough. It's quite practical to be bald, imagine. Yeah, you spend more on razors. Whether it's an electric razor or whatever. But, you don't have to go in for, like, the full haircut like you normally do. Just, you'd probably spend a lot more, get yourself, like, a really nice, good quality electric razor. And you could probably use that for a number of years before that thing would need to be replaced. You know, assuming you take proper care of it. I imagine the shampooing situation is very different. Like, I don't know, would you just keep, like, would you just use, like, body wash kind of thing up there? Because without the hair, I imagine most of the reasons why you'd use, like, a proper shampoo and conditioner, all that goes away. Shampoo and soap, is there a difference? Not a huge difference. Like, there's stuff where they do stuff to, like, make one more shiny than the other and yada yada yada. There's not no difference, but there's nowhere near as significantly stated as a lot of the products will imply. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to stream. Let's see. So I'm saying, you can't once you can't get to look decent with haircuts, you'll just tell the dresser to take it all off. Yeah, no, I mean, okay, that's fair. Like, if your hair is starting to, like, go, but, like, it's still fine, like, again, like, if it's... I've known people in my mom's side of my family where, like, up here on the temples where it's, like, receded a lot. If it was to the point where it's, like, okay, like, this is a thing, which I'm not, like, mine are fine. But, like, you know, maybe it happens someday, but, like, right now, nothing's worried about me. But, like, if it was clearly going back, as long as it could still look good the way it is, that's fine. But once it started getting to the point where it's, like, really properly back, where you're like, okay, this doesn't look good anymore. That, I would agree, that'd be the point where, you know, you cut and run and go, okay, this is who we are now. Let's make the most of it. Start cracking jokes about how little my hair, you know, hair maintenance costs. You know, look on those bright sides as best you can. A lot of times when you get dealt hands you don't want, that's usually about the best you can do, is look for those silver linings. Pain Simplex says, I think it depends on the... It baldness on top, but long hair otherwise? Because you had it long before that, and if you cut it now, it'll probably never come back. It's also heavy curly, so washing it... Yeah. Yes. With baldness, you would have to be more careful about sunburn. I've had a sunburnt scalped without baldness. It's not a good time. So I'm saying my advantage at 29 is that you already went through all the stages of grief for my balding hair. Yeah. The pain lasts for a while and then the itching never stops. Oh, when you sunburn your head? Yeah. And to everyone around you, it looks like you have like the world's worst case of dandruff because you're sitting there like your head itches and it's just, you know, when you get a sunburn, the skin peels. And you're just going like this and it's just flecks everywhere. You're saying, look, man, in the shower, I was going at this with, like, pumice and everything to, like, try and, like, not pumice, that's a bit much, like really, really going in there to try and get this all off so it didn't look terrible all day. It doesn't stop. And you're like that for a while. The beacons are lit and Gondor calls for aid. I think the other thing I would do, and this is assuming I had the means to do so, because it's expensive. If I did end up going the route of, like, you know, I were to go, like, properly bald or whatever, where, you know, you shave it all down, I feel like I would have fun with wigs. Again, assuming I could do it, because wigs are heckin' expensive. Decent wigs. But, like, I wouldn't get, like, a regular, you know, just a regular, like, a haircut like this wig. I would get, like, you know, the ridiculous rock star mane. I would do, like, the straight-up solid, you know, 3-foot mohawk, like, lime green mohawk. You know, whatever silly stuff you do, because, you know, you just change your hair each day. Again, probably not something you could realistically do, because wigs are heckin' expensive. Yeah, get the colonial, like, the powdered wig, the big, like, rolls, like, you know, the only people you see with those is maybe a judge nowadays, and even then, no. At a minimum, I would have fun with, like, Halloween, and if I went to, like, an anime convention or something like that. If I'm gonna take the negatives, I'm gonna try and take the positives as well. Which, to me, the negative would be, like, the ego thing. Like, if you didn't want it to be that way. Nothing wrong with being bald. That'd be awesome on stream. That'd be the other thing. If I was, I feel so it's a mixed. I do feel if I was going that route because I imagine it's an emotional thing when you've come to accept that that's the direction your hair is going. That, like, you know, runs in your family, whatever. You've hit that point. It's like it's time to chop it off. I imagine that's a difficult moment. Like, to, you know, like, even if you're embracing it, that the actual like action of that could be emotional. And I feel like that's also those ones you don't know how difficult it will be ahead of time, whether it's going to be those things that's easy peasy for you, or it's going to be those ones that it is going to be difficult. You might have a rough guess, but I feel like you won't really be able to scope it till you're there, kind of thing. You know, like the first time you chop it off, I mean. So I could see on one side doing it on stream, one, to, like, not that it has as bad of a stigma as a lot of things, but, like, the stigma about it, you know, and, like, do that, having the support there and all that, and making it less of a thing, you know, for other people who are going through it being like, hey, like, you know, the in this together kind of mentality around it. And on the other hand, you know, trying to have fun with it, make it into something positive as well. You know, like, you are taking control at that moment, which is a positive, but, you know, making more of it, kind of thing. Or when you know it's going that way, make it like a goal on the stream, which is kind of cheesy. Be like, hey, if we raise an X amount of money, I'm gonna, like, cut off all my hair, even though you knew you're gonna do that anyway. But, like, add a bonus to it, kind of thing. You know, again, the silver lining. Does the crop dictate the distance of your furrows or the implement? It looks like it could be adjusted for more coverage. So when you're plowing, it always has the same gaps between it, at least that I've seen. When I go to seed the field, even though it makes no sense, the furrows will change. Like, the tracks it makes for the seeds will just be different on the other side of it. Like, some it'll make it perfectly perfectly flat with these, like, little grooves in it where you put the seeds. Other ones, it will be just like this. You'll see, like, little furrows or texture. Some will be a bigger one, but it's when you put down the crop. It functionally has no difference. It's just a texture. Yeah, so this turn will be a little annoying on this pass. Actually, it's not going to be as bad as I thought. Yeah, I do feel like that's those ones that for the individual is going to be a very different experience. How okay, not okay, all that stuff they are with that. To definitely be an individual, like, hey, this is the greatest idea, or hey, this is a terrible idea, or something like that. You know, that kind of thing. It would definitely be a play by ear, which is true of anything that's a meaningful thing. But I can imagine for some people, like, it's a thing that some people when they're going into various treatments for serious health problems, you don't need to dig into the not fun of that. That balding is a side effect of those treatments. That it because of the nature of the treatment, it ends up really knocking out the hair, like, you know, with cancer treatment, whatever. And you have a lot of people who, some of the people, when it comes time to, like, they choose to cut off their hair because they're like, hey, it's going to be thinning, it's going to look terrible, I'm taking control of this, it's not going to control me kind of thing. And so they go into the barber to get all, like, cut off. And for some people, it's an extremely difficult thing. For others, it's kind of a cathartic thing that they have control. I am not on console. No, I am on PC. But yeah, that's... I don't... So it's... I have mixed feelings. Like, if I was in that position, if, like, not again, for, like, getting viewers or whatever. If I would stream that as a trying to normalize it to help people going through that. Or... if it would be something I don't think I would be able to... because it'd be a difficult thing. Like, that's not a thing you go into being like, yeah, I feel great about this. Like, none of this is a happy experience. I want to say I would like to be able to be the person that could go into that difficult thing, being like, hey, I want to be as transparent as possible to help others. But, you know, you're also going through your stuff at the same time. Those are... and I don't feel like there is a right answer for a lot of stuff. You have to have your individual stuff. Like, you got to take care of yourself first. You can't help anyone else if you're not okay. Like, number one has to be, you know, handled before you can branch out to succeeding in helping others. The right answer is to read the room. Well, that's the thing. It's not even a read the room situation. Reading the room is how it's going to impact others. That certainly is a concern. The thing is how you are going to experience that, which, again, is a whole thing. Because you also don't really know. You can have a hunch, but there's a lot of things that you can feel super confident in, and then it comes go time, and you're nowhere near as okay as you thought you were. Or just the same. There's times where you go into a situation where you're like, oh man, this is gonna be so rough, it's gonna be really a struggle, and then you get to your side, you're like, okay, you know what? I didn't have a great time, but I wasn't like I over-psyched myself on how bad this is going to be. If the person was okay with it, joke around about, if not, you didn't see nothing. Well, right, I'm referring to if I'm the one in the chair. Like, I'm the one who's going through it. If I was in that scenario, that's where I'm talking. If I was the one who is going through the difficult time being like, hey, you know, there's the juggle between, hey, I want to normalize it, I want to help others going through it, that kind of stuff, by being like, hey, look, you know, you're not alone kind of thing. Or if, no, really, this is a moment that I need to process myself. And both answers are 100% valid. And actually, it's very difficult for a person going through a difficult thing to be public for the normalization in that. That's what I was referring to. Like, obviously don't walk into a room and just start recording someone who's, like, sobbing as they're, you know, having their hair lobbed off because they're going through whatever they're going through. Like, you know, straight up, the appropriate answer for that is for the barber to chuck you out the building. And I don't mean tell you to leave. I mean actually pick you up and say, what the hell, man, and throw you out. Now, of course, if you're the one behind the camera and the person says, like, this is okay, and then, you know, very clearly they're not doing fine, like, maybe be like, hey, you know what, maybe let's stop the recording. Like, you know, hey, let's, like, we can record this for you, but let's not, maybe you don't want this to be broadcast to the world. Like, you're not helping others as much as you'd like to in this moment. You're feeding into the part where they're struggling. Maybe not. I don't know. I'm not in that position, so I can't really say anything one way or the other. But yeah, no, I've known people who handle it well, and I've known people who don't handle it well. You know, like they need time. All these things, we all have our own journeys, our own stuff to figure out, our own wants, needs, desires, limits, all that stuff. That is getting cozy over on that end of the map. You met people who are pretend that they're handling it well when they aren't. Yeah. And sometimes you understand that, like, why. Like, sometimes it's just they're full of pride, and it's like, hey, man, let it out. Like, look. There's times it's time for a good cry. Like, let it out, man. It'll make you feel better. And then there's also times where it's like, you know, like, there's the father trying to be strong in front of their family and all that. And my answer would still be let it out. But you understand the mentality that they're trying to be strong even when they don't feel that way to help their kids or whatever. And I have mixed feelings on that one. But everyone's got to make their judgment call with their own kids, their own families, and all that stuff. But at the same token, I'm definitely in the one like, hey, you know what? Those feelings are feeling. Like, don't box them in. Because you had someone joking about it and having fun, and you woke with a ban because I was joking with them. Yeah. I also feel like it's difficult when someone's having a rough time, even if they're in the joking manner about it. It's I don't know, it's still tricky. Those are always tough to navigate. Because especially when they're like really serious things are going through, it is hard in the moment to know what is and isn't going to get at you, that kind of thing. Now, granted, if you're joking together and then they ban you, kind of thing, assuming it's fair. Now, granted, it's also a thing to keep in mind, like if it's the two of you just having a conversation by yourselves and then they ban you for it, it's like, all right, maybe that's not the greatest. I mean, they got to do it for them. That's still entirely reasonable. But it still kind of sucks. Now, if they're joking and it seems positive, but it's like in a public domain kind of thing, a lot of times people can be afraid at how others will react, and so they'll try and downplay it. Even then, you know, and then later, once they're outside, I was like, no, I really should have put my foot down on that. And again, whether or not ban is appropriate is totally a discussion for themselves and all that. Because honestly, even if you're doing everything totally fine, if it does end up being a thing that it puts a person in a bad headspace, it's still, you know, appropriate for them to be like, yeah, no, like I need to not hang. Like, it doesn't have to be like, you know, on internet or whatever. You had that friend you were hanging out with in high school for all that time. You got along well, but you realize they're the kind of friend who, when you're around them, you're just not as good of a person or whatever. And it's nothing that they did, it's just, for whatever reason, they bring out a side of you you don't want, even if back then you did. And it's still perfectly valid to be like, yeah, we're not hanging out anymore, like, nothing wrong with you, it's just the two, it's a bad combo. Which I'm not saying any of that is what happened, by the way. But, like, there is absolutely reasons where what seemed fine can be not fine later. Even though it's like, what actually occurred was fine. Their bans are fair, then they're just our nah man. Well, that's just it though. I'm actually in the team that says, hey, you know what? If I'm communicating with someone else and it is not good for me, whether it is 100% on me. Like, it can be. Like, it can be literally the other person is doing nothing wrong. They remind me of someone that puts me in a bad place. That is still in my best interest to no longer communicate with that person. Even though it is 100% on me, like, it's my fault. Like, you know, they've done nothing. Banning someone isn't necessarily because you need to punish that person. That can be a reason why you do it. But there are times you ban people because just they're negatively impacting your mental health, they're negatively impacting, you know, the channel. Like, even if someone's just like you like, when they're around, they like are a distraction to you, that you have difficulty concentrating kind of thing, that can still be a reason to do it. Does it suck for the person being banned? Sure. Is it fair to them? No, not really. But the fact of the matter is, it's still negatively impacting you. It is on your best interest as the negatively impacted person to go, hey, this person is bad for me. Again, even if it is, this person's bad for me because of my own get-up, my own problems, it's still in your best interest to remove the thing that puts you in the bad headspace or brings out the bad part of you or whatever. Now, I haven't had to ban anyone because of stuff like that. Well, right. In plain simple, like saying, to be honest, I'd first just try asking the person to stay away. Yeah. And that's reasonable. Like, and it can be a thing that you can sit there and say, hey, like, it's nothing personal, like, when I'm around you, like, I'm not who I want to be kind of things. I hear you, Soul Adams, but it's also possible that there was more in that scenario, because you are also saying you're a raider, so you're new to the space, that it's also possible that there was stuff you weren't aware of. But yeah, no, it's just one of those things. Speaking of bans, our channel you moderate or got falsely banned again? Gotcha. I'm wondering if it's one of those things that's going around Twitch. So there is a lot of the different moderation platforms that, or not moderation, a lot of the different content creation platforms, that one of the things they do end up doing is, if enough people report the channel of doing something they're not supposed to, some like massive TOS violation, that they do have an automatic process that they go, okay, clearly, like, you know, 30-40 people just reported this over the course of like the last hour or so. Clearly this person is probably breaking the rules. You know, 99% chance that is the case, and that they get banned. When it's not true, that what's happening is you do have people that are effectively like mass reporting people. Kind of like where you have like the review bombing that happens on Steam. Like, is it deserved sometimes? Oh yeah, a lot of times the review bombs are deserved. Or a lot of times they're not deserved. Also true. And those not deserved one, they're attempting to use what is effectively a good system. Well, not a good system. A system for tackling an actual problem. You know, games doing stuff like shady stuff that should be reported and review bombing for that. But attempting to use that against stuff that, like, the game is just, you know, something that you dislike or have a problem with for other reasons. But don't give people ideas. Yeah, and that's the whole thing. At least if I was unbanned within an hour. Yeah, no, it's one of those things that I feel like the way those mass report things need to work is they do need to have, when you report a channel, that it does take a stipulation of, like, how old is your account, and if your account is brand new, it should basically have, like, no influence whatsoever. And if you go into, like, you pop in there and you have reported a channel for doing things that they're, you know, supposedly bad, and they're not actually doing those, like when they appeal, that you're like, oh no, that was an incorrect report. That's effectively a flag on you as the reporter. Now, one flag shouldn't be a problem, because you do want to make sure people actually do report people for what they've done that is wrong. But if you have accounts popping up again and again and again, they're like, oh yeah, you reported this, but then when there's the appeal, like, it was very clearly, like, not actually an issue. You know, you do want to, like, kind of quietly be like, all right, yeah, so we're just not going to take reports from this person anymore. You don't even tell them that. You just, when they report, it just falls into the void. And again, that's when you've gotten someone, you reported them, and, you know, there was not like, well, it's a matter of opinion on the thing, but like it's actually, you know, they weren't doing it. Like, it's very clearly someone was just unhappy with someone and reported their channel or whatever, or didn't like something that they identify as, or whatever the beef is. Let's see. Sometimes you once had a channel with a female streamer that there were a lot of those Alana bots coming in, and he made jokes about them with another chatter. Then a chief mod of her was playing with her at the time, banned the other chatter for making jokes about her. When I remarked they were making a joke about the Alana bot, he said it was dumb, making kind of jokes in a female streamer's chat. I think they were overworked with the situation. Well, that's another thing, is sometimes you pop into a channel and you'll do behavior that really should be just perfectly fine. It's just, unfortunately, you showed up after something else was just like really under their skin kind of situation, and you end up catching it kind of deal. Like, you might pop in and make a joke about something, and they just got finished being, you know, hate rated, or, you know, someone popped in was like an absolute jerk to them, and so they're already fired up kind of thing. And then you pop in and you say something that shouldn't be a problem, but because they're already worked up and they're already in that kind of defensive headspace, that is what happens. And should you have gotten banned in those cases? Probably not. But at the same time, you know, it is what it is. No moderation system's gonna be perfect. But yeah, like, for example, the things I'm running into is I'm getting flagged as not appropriate for children constantly on TikTok, which it's someone trolling, and, you know, whatever. That's because they, you know, they just, when you report them, it almost always, not like individual, like, don't know how many people have to report. It just takes a couple reports to get your account flagged, because their moderation is almost fully automated. That people report, and it's like, yep, report, that's fine, and then you can appeal it. So the stuff that get me, you know, suspended, I would appeal it. But that is kind of the big negative with TikTok right now, more than anything else, is it's terrifying that there's nothing you can do to protect yourself from, you know, false reports or whatever. It is also one of the reasons why whenever someone pops onto, like, TikTok and they say some garbage or whatever, I just jump right to the ban, because the people who are willing to be, like, awful in there are the same kind of people you expect to drop in and false report you because you know, you say something that they don't politically agree with or whatever. So they get all hurt. Or even not even, like, doesn't have to be politics. It's like, you mentioned, like, oh, I like Fallout 76. Or like, well, my identity is I hate, you know, politics. Like, okay, sure, like, sorry your existence is the way it is. Alright. You know, it's really sad. You presume it's a small channel. There are so many channels because of shallow checking. Yep. There's other channels that got banned the same reason, which was false flag. One channel is 20,000 followers, the other is 30,000 followers. Yeah, usually it's mid to large channels get targeted, but the large channels get a lot more support in like fast appeals and all that kind of stuff. And then, you know, Twitch will usually step in and try and take it seriously with that on the other side. That I think part of the reason why you don't see smaller channels have as many problems is they can't get the same rise out of the channels. Yeah, no, I agree. But if you're sitting there like a decent amount and you appeal it, usually you'll get a turnaround within a day or two, like depending on the weekend and whatnot, unfortunately. And it shouldn't be that way. But like to not get the automatic where like literally you say something and immediately Twitch staff responds, yeah, you gotta be huge. Like huge, proper huge. If today starts with "I hate," you need to do some soul searching. Yeah, it's a pretty large demographic, unfortunately. Yeah, it says, wow, you don't understand how these bands take place in time again. You assume it's the size and all that. Yeah, so it's pretty much, it's just, there's not enough people who, like, there's not enough availability of moderators. So they end up having to automate stuff, and the more they automate stuff, the more false positives, false negatives, and all that you deal with. And it is not an issue I envy, because I know there's a whole bunch of people that say, like, they need to do better. And you're not wrong, but also the do better is a very complicated thing. Because there's just a lot that goes into improving it, and then having the resources to do that. And especially with, like, the basic moderation kind of stuff for channels being 100% volunteer. That they do turn more and more to automated tools. Because there's a platform moderation which does need to happen, because there is like scams and everything else, and sure, we do have channels with amazing moderators like Eonek. But there's all those channels that don't have a moderator. Like, I didn't have any moderators on the channel. I know I had gotten all the way through affiliate. I think I got to partnered. It was sometime a little after partnered that I you know, had the first handful of people. Like, it was like I think it was only 2 moderators right at the beginning. It was like Pank, Raru, and then shortly after Sentient Cookie, I believe I made moderators. But I can't remember if it was like right before or right after I got partnered. I think it was somewhere around there. Like, they've been there for a long time now, but I had the channel, I think, well over a year before I had a moderator to speak of. So whenever something happened, I had to step in, and that got messed with. They said you're fine with automated bans, just in case, cover your butt. But one of those need to be flagged and reviewed right away. Right. And that's a tricky thing, though, is that still takes resources. And I would honestly argue almost all of the platforms out there do need more resources allocated to moderation. And I don't mean automated resources, I mean actual human beings. And that's like nearly all of them. Because so much of like the really worst, negative, and awful content that happens on there is you look at it for half a second and you go, oh, clearly that's garbage. Like, there's not a whole lot of middle ground. Like, that's, like, honestly, when it comes to dealing with banning people and timing people out and all that, I would say for all the times we have to have the mod team step in and deal with someone, like, 95% of the time, it's very clear right from the beginning that there was no intent of, like, you know, a good or whatever. Like, there's, like, no intent of it at all. Like, they came with the intent of causing trouble. It's very, very rare that we have, so it's like, you know, this person doesn't mean badly, but, like, we have to keep stepping on them saying, hey, look, man, you can't do that. And we keep having to do it and keep having to do it and keep having to do it. And there finally is that point where it's like, look, it's been too many warnings. Like there is a point that even if they mean well, that you're just like, look, you are a problem. The problem with platforms move the opposite direction, near full automation. Oh no, I absolutely agree. Like you need the human touch. Now it can be that someone does something, the automation flags it, they temporarily get suspended, and I'm even mixed about having it where they're obligated to manually review it. I do think there is a point you do need to have people regularly review your automation, like that I agree with. But there are so many times where they pop in. I would have be a thing like if their account's been around over a certain period of time and whatnot, then you would have to manually, like it'd trigger to automatically have someone needs to manually review this. But if it's like a fresh account that's only a month old and it gets triggered with the auto ban, then it's like, yeah, it's probably just a troll. Like, most likely it's just a troll. Are there going to be innocent people who get caught? Sure. But the vast majority of the time when you have a fairly new account and they trigger something to get themselves in that kind of trouble, it's just a troll right from the beginning. Because unfortunately there is a whole heck of a lot of people who do troll. But yeah, no, it is definitely one of those things that the more severe the response, the more a human being needs to be involved. Slim Cat saying, comments are one thing. The main problem with getting a human moderators is the content that people have to view can be atrocious. Companies have problems getting paid. Oh yeah, and that was a whole thing that, like, very famously at first, like, Facebook had hired a whole bunch of people to moderate. And then they ended up needing, like, a lot of the people who were moderating, they actually ended up having, like, very measurable mental health problems result from moderating the content that they were being faced with on Facebook. Because we're talking about the stuff that gets pulled down. We're not talking about, like, this stuff that people are a little edgy or something that maybe not might violate the terms. We're talking, like, truly the stuff that you look and go, oh god, like this, like, where do we need to, like, we need to find information about this person because they need to be in prison. Like, this is actually seriously awful. You know, you're seeing the worst and the worst of what people can come up with, including stuff that is straight up illegal. And they would see all that, and it'd have to be like, oh, you know, ban that, ban. And of course, you'd even have people who'd put that stuff up, and they would file an appeal and all that. Even though they 100% know it's bogus. And you would end up having to get them, like, as part of their job, therapy, because that's how awful the information they were seeing is. So this is going to sound worse than it is, but you do have issues with an LGBTQ moderator because they think everyone knows the slang, slurs, and stuff. I mean, okay. So the problem is you end up having a whole lot of people who feign ignorance as well. And I would also argue that if you're in a community who doesn't want to deal with that kind of stuff, it's not on them to educate you. If they're willing, that's cool. But at the same time, part of being in a safe space is not having to deal with people's ignorance as well. So there is two parts to that. Yeah, I've also never had problems moderating, because like I said, it's very rare I run into someone who I've had to step in and ban, who it doesn't seem like right from the beginning was being difficult for being the sake of being difficult, or like they came in to cause problems kind of thing. It's not never happened. I do have one distinct person in mind who they used to be a regular here. Not super frequent regular, but a regular here, that they just had takes. They're like, hey man, I don't want you saying those things. And eventually it was like, all right, look, we've had enough warnings. And it was just, you know, there's a point they're like, hey, I've been kind enough. And, like, it's also those things that, you know, you had a person that are like, oh, I didn't realize that was wrong. And then, you know, a day later, they say something else. They're like, oh, I didn't realize that was wrong. And then a day later, oh, I didn't realize that's wrong. And there'd be different things. You're like, there's certain points like, look, man. Like, I don't know if you're BSing me, but we're just going back and forth constantly on this. Why am I not getting grass? Both of them are lowered and running. A few days ago, you had a banned person on 5 accounts before they gave up. Oh, that happens. So, is it just that I cannot pick it up in the snow? I thought I picked up this in the snow. Alright, well, safe to say that's not working, so let's not waste any more time on that. Well, that's another thing I gotta deal with tomorrow. We should have enough grass for one more day, it's just the grass is getting very low for the sheep, was the concern there. Streamers themselves were fine with it. Try to explain, see me not getting stuff. But that mod always gets snarky. Once it took me 2 days to figure out why it was wrong. Yeah, no, it's and that can be a problem. You can have bad mods, like that. They're just where they see things as very badly misaligned, is where you see things. Another thing. I think you can plant grass at any time, but you can't harvest it in the winter. Yeah, no, I haven't had to worry about too much. It just means I can't wait as long as I did with this one. Alright. There you go. We got the sweet spot for the water, at least. It says, you moderate some very problematic channels, then you run back here and hide in the safe place. I assume when you say problematic channels, as in they're highly visible in a demographic commonly targeted, so it is a moderation nightmare. It is a time-consuming process. Is the way I'm gonna read that. Like, not that they're like huge channels or whatever, but that they are the type of channels who get targeted.
Hi, husband.
Hi, wifey.
You've eaten 0 pasta.
I know, I need to.
Take a...
Okay.
Hi, Fiona. Aww. Aww. Hi, the OG Mana. Hi. True, bro. I sent you a cookie. Hi. Again, Leona. Hi, Luxray. Aw. Hi, Soul Adams. What do you think?
It's not bad.
Okay. Hi, Calarius Star.
I'm not a huge squash person.
No. Puppy.
What's up?
They like me.
They do. So I'm saying I hung out in a big channel. I'm friends with the mod, and I had to ask them to borrow their hammer a few times. Yeah. Like that is, like it is always a difficult thing that they're. Let's see. You can imagine what mods have to go through in some channels you watch. Yeah. Yeah. Like, and don't get me wrong, like there are channels that do I want to think how I want to be careful how I phrase this, cuz I don't want to imply things that I'm not trying to imply. They do have themselves set up in ways that do create more headaches for mods. And I don't mean by like the demographics and all that kind of thing. Like that's not on them. But it's the nature of the content that they bring it.
Infinity Simplex.
They encourage it, is the way I would phrase it. That they encourage problems for themselves. But by and large, it's a very narrow and small number of creators. Hey, the OG Mana, 7 stream streak. Thank you so much for continuing that streak and getting your 450 points.
There's so many streams.
Mm-hmm. Let's...
What's in?
I don't know. But for those who don't know, the OG Mana, another content creator on the platform, playing games like Farm Simulator 22. So if you're looking for that, you can find it over there. Thank you for hanging out and all that good stuff. Good seeing you.
Thank you.
Yeah, I do not know that the acronym.
Husband.
What's up?
They cut down the chocolate trees.
Well, that's what you do to a truffle tree.
No, but the chocolate trees, they were all gone.
Uh-huh.
Bye.
They were... Oh, no. Can I get those pulled down, please? Yeah, no, we're not going that way. Yeah, that is absolutely not true, Soul. You may feel that way, but nah, that is female streamers have it way tougher than I do as a male streamer. You may disagree, and that's fine for you to disagree, but nah, that is not accurate. The crap they deal with, like, very much like we have content creators who are friends of the channel who they live in, like they live in the simulation space, and all they deal with is like toxic backseating nonsense constantly.
Yeah, the internet's full of mean men. Go figure.
It's true.
But hubby, a truffle tree.
Yeah, we should get rid of them. Is there an economic breakdown farm sim drop? Oh yeah, no, I saw it. I didn't get a chance to look through the video. I was editing, getting the video posted for that I put on the other, like, earlier today.
Men is quite a generous description.
Yeah, we are. I don't disagree. Not even with just that, there's just a lot of things. Yes, I'm not gonna try. I don't even know if we can fertilize the fields in the snow, so we're just gonna go ahead and advance the day. It's gonna be a very busy in-game day.
I'm just gonna be here.
That's not gonna be incredibly awkward.
I'll hold your stream. No, I'm teasing.
But yeah, no, it's
I'll flip my hair.
but it's one of those things, like you hear it's like, oh, it's so easy for demographic or whatever. There's a reason why we have things like the women's guild and all that, because
Hi, Hyman.
like there's a lot of things that work against them. Like, very genuinely, you're more likely to get a sponsor as a guy streaming than you are as a girl. It's just the way it is. It shouldn't be that way, but it is. And it has nothing to do with merit, it's just for whatever reason. You are more likely to get featured on the front page, historically. Now, with stuff like the guilds, that's all helping a lot. Hey, Hyman. But yeah, so it
good.
is.
You pronounce it like that too.
I mean,
It sounds like a dirty. Well, I don't know about dirty word. It
No,
sounds like part of the anatomy.
Hyman's an actual term,
I know.
but not referring to anatomy.
I'm just saying. After I said it, I was like, that sounded like something else.
Yeah, I mean, but like the growing pastures, that like consistent thing, or like whatever. You had to quit moderating their channels. Always temporary help for a month until they got another moderator. 3 months later, like you said, some of them are encouraging their computer to act a certain way. Oh yeah, no, the ones that encourage it, like they make their own nightmares. But I mean, that's a very small number. Like it is one of those things that I get very salty about a lot of that, because there's a number of content creators that we have in the channel who do not encourage any of that in any way, and still deal with that constantly.
What kind of stuff are you talking?
We haven't been been talking around it, but the general, like, to be female and on the internet and the stuff you deal with,
Oh, it's the worst, everybody. It's the worst.
just existing in that space
Yeah.
and what you have to deal with.
Yeah. On Reddit, I'm subscribed to like a ton of subreddits that are like for like targeting women and like for women to be able to talk to each other. And all the time these like incel men come in and like just want to like say something, and I'm just like, what do you think that was gonna accomplish? Did you think we were all gonna agree with you? Like, come on, man.
It's like you're going into their safe space.
Yeah.
And what exactly were you expecting the outcome to be?
Yeah. Like, yeah, I don't know what you thought you were accomplishing with this, but thanks for invading our space. Right? But you know, at least they mansplained it to us, so we understood it.
Yeah. No, I've talked about when I would go to conferences and I'd be on like a panel with, you know, other people, and you'd have someone who'd ask you a question, be like, oh, you know, let me ask you this question. All right, you're asking me this question about the frameworks. Hey, you know, actually, that lady next to me, she's one of the main authors of that, so I'm going to actually defer your question to her, because she's going to be able to answer you way better than I just like, oh, I don't want to talk to her. It's like, what is wrong with you? And a number of times I'd get like the occasional like one-off, you know, hate email afterwards about, and I had this one, I had an email where someone called me a beta cuck because I had deferred to someone who was literally more qualified to answer their question than I was, and happened to be female and all that. And I've talked about, like, I've mentioned a number of times that, you know, I mentioned getting one of those emails to the person I was talking about in this framework kind of thing. And she's like, oh yeah, I have a folder. And she sent me a screenshot of this folder. It had literally tens of thousands of emails that were nothing but like the cesspool of garbage that people post. And it is like, oh my god. He's like, yeah, I keep this in case something happens. And it's like, and it is mind-blowing how bad it is. Like, don't get me wrong, the software industry is getting better than it used to be, but it's still really bad. This is Farm Simulator 22.
Don't worry, that guy that called you a beta cuck, he doesn't get this.
I appreciate it, but also...
I kept it PG.
Yeah. No, he probably has a completely loving situation in his house that isn't at all falling apart.
Yeah, I'm sure his relationship is great.
Yeah, I'm sure. I'm sure his entire situation at home is not terrible.
Yeah.
Because, you know, if I wanted anything in a partner, it would be people to, like, talk down about me based on just who I am and not having any merit to any of their arguments in the first place.
Yeah, my women friends often say that is what they are looking for.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you know what really gets my boat
Yeah.
running?
Yep.
It's when people talk to me in a downward manner, as if I'm a lesser.
Tone.
Yeah, nothing makes me feel more loved than being patronized.
Yeah. Who wouldn't love that? Exactly. That's what we all want.
You're the husband.
You're the wifey. I assume you're going to bed soon?
Yeah.
I figured that's where it's going. You're acting in that I'm not quite sleepy, but I'm also kind of tired, and I'm not sure exactly where I am in between here type way.
I mean, I should go to bed.
Yeah.
But you're just so handsome and sweet, and you're so hard to leave. They get it.
The OG is that, like, if someone is more qualified, they absolutely should answer. Good for you recognizing. Well, I also...
Thank you, Eonek.
So we're like, right now, like, the big thing is I advocate primarily for people with disabilities and neurodivergent conditions. Before that, my big heavy thing that I was advocating for was women in technology. And part of the only reason I switched focus is because women in technology were actually getting a lot of resources to help them. They have a ton of work to do, and I don't envy them. But,
I'm heading down.
alright, you sleep well.
Love.
But, like, you know, they were getting a bunch of resources to them, and they still could use plenty more resources, to be clear. Like, I don't think it's, like, a solved problem, or they got everything they need, or anything like that. But, I was noticing that for people with disabilities, for another group that deals with lots and lots and lots of bias and lots of, frankly, prejudice, not even just bias, straight up prejudice.
Thank you, Bernerenko, for subscribing for 7 months.
Thank you, Bernerenko, for
Happy New Year at Rual, Storge, and chat.
the T1 sub. I really do appreciate that. You've been subbed to the channel for 7 months. And that means a whole heck of a lot that you continue to support the channel. So where is it? Not fully loaded only. What? Oh, there you go. But yeah, so it was one of those things that, like, there was a group who needed help who was just, was not really getting much support at all. And so I started switching my focus there because it's like, okay, like, don't get me wrong, as I've stated, women in technology still have a big fight for bias and prejudice against them. Like, very much. Very much it is still a big battle they've got a lot of work to do. And when I say they're the victims here, that they need that support. But if you actually look at statistically when we're talking about employment, so not bias and prejudice on the larger outside, but strictly in the context of, wages and being hired and being biased or prejudiced against and disproportionate hiring rates and all that kind of stuff, so we can actually look at numbers and see damage done. People with disabilities and neurodivergent conditions have the strongest bias against them in the context of hiring and wages and all that. And that's where you take the time to go, okay, but is this person as capable and yada yada, the usual excuses and all that to justify it. Even if you go to people who are producing just as well as everyone else, it still holds true. And so I'm like, I want to allocate more of my efforts there. I will still 100% advocate for women in technology, but, with the hours of day I'm going to allocate in stuff, it's like, I feel like there's the most positive I could do over in this place. And that's also a big reason why I started leaning more and more and more into accessibility in software. These kind of things. Oh yeah, no, I'm for the record, I absolutely adore the moderators I have. I probably have to sit there, like, especially as, like, all the help Eonek tosses in, like, very much. I try to make it a point to say at least every once in a while I'll be like, it's like, she'll, like, Eonek will be like, thank you so much for, like, everything, for a wonderful stream. It's like, no, thank you. It's like, I would not be able to do half of what I do without that help. Like, very much. Just me keeping, like all the little things, like being on top of posting when I switch categories. Like, it's something I want to do, I was doing, but I would forget it half the time. And Eonek just handling that for me, like, 95% of the time, like, does so much. Now, of course, I always tell them, like, hey, you don't have an obligation to be here. Like, I love and adore that you help. But, like, also, make sure you're taking care of yourself, putting in your own, like, taking care of your time. If you can't be here, like, never apologize. You are doing a favor for me, and I would never ask people to, like, have committed hours or anything if I can't pay them, because I can't. We did the whole math of how much I get paid an hour streaming, and it's not good. We don't need to revisit that. It's more than a lot of people would believe, and it is way below what most people probably believe. Oh, I can leave? Bye? I mean, it would surprise me. Like, there's definitely going to be people who are like, I've been helping, but I need to not. Which, again, totally fair. Oh, no, you say that, like, being a mod equals guilt if you're not on stream. It happens. Like, especially, this channel, we don't run into too much problem. Like, every once in a while, we gotta get out the banhammer and bonk someone. But like I said, the vast majority of the time, it's someone who pops in, and they, like, they will literally be, like, talking about, not even, like, it's not the, oh, you're being a little racist in an ignorant kind of way type thing. It is, they came in with the deliberate thing of trying to get a reaction. Like, that was their intent when they stepped into the room. They were like, what is the thing that is going to get under this person's skin? Speedrun mode. That is the kind of thing that they're doing. And that's usually about it. And it's I mean, what would you say? Like, what would we say is the frequency we end up having to ban people? Like, once every other week? Like, it's really not much. Like, it comes in waves sometimes. Like, we'll have a day we have to, like, ban one. The next day we'll have to ban 2 more. And then it'll be, like, nothing for a week and a half. And then we'll have to ban 1. You know, and it's never, like... I think in the entire time I've been here, I think we've only had to ban... I mean, I hope I've been here the entire time I've been streaming. I think I've only had to ban 1 actual regular. That it's like... They were a little... They you know, they're a little off at first, but it seemed innocent enough, but... Occasionally they'd say something, you're like, okay, like, hey, come on, man. And then, you know, like, it'd be okay for a little while, and then they'd say something even worse, and you'd be like, hey, you need to not do that. And then it was finally like, alright, look. You're gone. It's like, I can excuse people, like, occasionally getting a little, like, it's one thing if you can just get, like, a little too excited, like, hey, I need you to rein it back in, or, you know, someone says, like, they get a little bit too cursy or whatever, like, hey, you know, it's not that we're, like, all family friendly here, but, you know, look, we're looking to keep it at least a reasonable level. Like, that kind of thing is fine. I'll just be like, hey, you know what, like earlier with, you know, what you said earlier, Solabs, like, hey, you know what, like, let's not say that. Now, you know, the fact that it got dropped there, that's fine. But, like, if it had been a thing where it's like, no, you don't understand. It's like, you know, if you had been, like, the person who, like, doubled down, triples down with the statement kind of thing. Like that kind of thing. Then it'd be like, alright, look. Look here. Very, very clearly this was a, please don't say that. And it did stop. And even when people get too excited, it's very rare I've had to step in and do something. Like, we did have one case that there was 2 individuals where, and it wasn't even like a political thing, but there's 2 individuals who had a disagreement about something, and it must have struck a nerve on both of them that they couldn't let it go. And there was one who was definitely the instigator, to be clear here. And so, you know, we were like, hey, we're dropping the topic, you know, moving on. And, you know, another message or 2 came out. And you give them a second, because it takes like 30 seconds for the stuff to get across and all that. And it's like, no, look, we're dropping this topic. Like, very clearly people are, like, we're not having a conversation anymore. We're having an argument. We're going to drop the topic and move on. Like, no, like, nothing constructive is happening anymore. It's people screaming. And then they went on and are like, all right, you're timed out for the night. Like, you couldn't drop it. You're timed out for the night. And they calmed down. It was fine the next time. But it's like, it's very clear. It's like, very clearly you're not in a happy place. This is 5 bans in the last 2 months. Really? That's it? I mean, I guess that would fit, you know, for every other week. We probably have to ban. That would be right about on the money. You know, each month being about 4.5-ish weeks. You know, that'd be right in the statistical margin for error. But yeah, so it's one of those things. And like I said, the vast majority of them, it's a person who would pop in, and they would just drop, like, some racist comment, like, right at the door. You know, and you're just like, alright, well, you're just gone. You know, first-time chatter, you know, making a joke, like, the type of racism, we're talking, like, joking about slavery kind of racism. We're talking, like, very clearly, they saw that line, and they just kicked all the way across it. And again, like, first-time chatter. It's not, you know, maybe a joke went too far kind of thing. You're like, hey, man, let's not. That was their opener. And you're like, okay, I understand. And we're not even talking in the context of RimWorld or something. We're talking, we're having a peaceful, nice time in Farm Sim, and dropping that kind of joke. You're like, look, man. And just, you know, and a lot of times I give them the benefit of the doubt. It's like, hey, you know, that's not cool. Like, the thing you say. Like, obviously that one's over the line. But like, hey, you know, that's not cool. We don't do that here. And, like, maybe they're cool for a message or 2, and then they drop something that's, like, nuclear option over it, and you're like, alright. Like, clearly we came in here to commit violence. So it says, I'm glad people like you can communicate when someone mistalks. Like a few messages here comes across. Now, say, the few times the message that comes across that is not one you wanted. Yeah, well, it's a tricky one. Like, there's also like different things that go into consideration. My tolerance for what people say if it's first time chatter is much lower, because you can usually very quickly pick up when someone is just going to make themselves trouble if they open up with trouble. Now, if they've been a while and things have been cool, they say something that's kind of on the fence or whatever, you're like, hey, like, we're not going to do that here, or hey, like, that's not something that's going to be allowed. Like, it's a one-off, minor foul or whatever. It's like, all right, cool, we're not going to do that. Or even if it's like a moderate foul kind of thing, it's like, all right, look, I'm willing to be a little bit more lenient. You've been around, we haven't had troubles. Like, let's take it a miss. But then when you have, like, again, the person who opens up with trouble, it's like, okay, this person didn't come in here with innocent intentions. Because honestly, like, when you're around people who, I'm trying to think of the best way to phrase it, you'll have people who they do have problems, that they are people who have bigotry and hate, that they have their thing, and one of the common strategies to see if it is a welcoming space for that is they will drop in something that's kind of on the fence that maybe someone's gonna let slide or not, and it'll kind of drop that in there and see what happens. And if you sit there and go, hey, we're not gonna do that, then they usually leave, because you've just made it clear that you're not one of them. And usually, like, if they are sitting there, they'll be like, oh, it was a joke, I didn't mean it. Even though they definitely meant it, because why would you open with that? And it's a strategy, and if you let it slide, then, a little while later, they'll like peek out of their curtain a little bit far, and they'll say something a little less on the fence, and a little more just over the fence. And it is one of those things that you kind of have to step on, because it's also those things that if you let that slide, the people that are impacted by that, they will leave. You love the typical, it costs $0 to be a reasonable human being. Let's see. If you need an extra mod, if I'm not helping others, just saying. I don't think I'd have a problem with you being a mod, Luxray. Normally it's like one of those things. I used to have a rule, like, if someone asks to be a mod, the answer is no, because people who ask to be a mod usually don't make good mods. But yeah. No, you've been around here a whole lot. You've seemed to be pretty solid. The funny story, you're regular at someone who uses the they, them pronouns. The first message I sent in their chat was, were there some neonouns? You're lucky you didn't get instant banned. Yeah, that doesn't surprise me. You didn't even notice their pronouns. They were cosplaying with someone who had the pronouns. Oh. Yeah. No, actually, that's the thing. You've been around here. I know you're also around Longclaw, so I'm like, yeah, you definitely, because it's one of those things, like, even if I have a number of viewers here who I'd say are absolutely upstanding individuals, but like, I don't know enough about how they would react to certain situations to know if they should be a moderator. Because it is one of those things that you want to make sure your moderators are kind of on the same wavelength about where the lines in the sand are. And you're gonna have where people misalign and all that. Man, I would definitely say, like, I would definitely say it with the line. So what I'll probably do is I'm down to make you a moderator. Let's see here. Just say the word and you'll ban everyone in chat. I have said this in the past. There was only one day that I was kind of over chat for the day. And that was just when people got super backseaty in Subnautica. That was the only time I was like, you know what? I want to get off this game. I want to, like I want to play on my own. But that was just, a lot of people were really excited, and the backseating was just getting way over the top, and it's finally like, I had to have that pause the game and be like, look, here's where we're at with this. And for that, once I had the talk, people calmed down. Yeah, so I'm actually going to see. A lot of time I've seen use of timeout to debate ban with the mods channel. Oh, that happens. I haven't had to do that myself, but that is a thing you do. Like when you got someone who's kind of on the fence, like, should this person be banned or not? Like, it feels like we've crossed a line, but they've been here a while. And so you're now a mod in the channel, X-Ray. I'll go through the process after stream of like getting you added to the mod channel and the Discord and all that. There's not a whole lot. We don't have a very particularly complicated modding situation on the channel. Like, I've got 2 people that we don't shout out, but they are never here, so it doesn't matter anyways. Which one of those is they were like, hey, I'm not in a good mental health place. It's like, I understand you're helping me, but also it actually has a really bad impact for me at the time, so I'd ask you not to. So it's like, hey, if you don't want me to shout you out, that's totally fine. And then the other one, like, we'd shout them out and we'd raid them, and they didn't realize as lurking, they're like, oh, I don't believe in raiding or shouting people out. Why would I give my audience to someone else? And I was like, all right, well, I'm done shouting you out. Why am I doing this? Like, I understand who you really are now. The funniest bit is when you read the message, their reaction was, no, they are not. What? No, they are not neonouns. Yeah. Wait, why does it say that? There are people on the platform who very genuinely believe that it is a zero-sum game. Oh, I can plant sorghum today. That's right. I was like, man, I thought today was gonna be a long day. Right, I want to plant the sorghum. That they believe it's zero-sum game, that for every viewer that tunes into someone else's channel, that is a viewer they've lost. So any cooperating with other content creators is ultimately handing over your audience to them, unless it is to steal their audience. Like, that is their perspective. They exist out there. Most of them are never relevant, because it is not that way at all. And, like, that was half of why I was so blown away when I heard it. I was like, what? What? Like, they didn't realize I was lurking, but yeah, no, it's, I stopped shouting them out ever, like, I have my thing on the Discord, that if you're on the Discord, like, it'll auto-announce content creators who go live and all that, and do all that stuff, because I wanna be supportive and all them. And it was just one of those things that, like, I ran into them like, oh no. Like, I pulled them out. They had left the Discord and all that. And I assume I wasn't the only one, because it got around that they had said it. Like, I had seen them live say it, but, there were people, like, going onto each other's Discords, like, yeah, just so you know, like, this is the kind of person this is. And they changed their screen name for a good long while, and I think it was honestly that they realized they had messed up by saying the quiet part loud kind of thing that they believed, and that suddenly no one is willing to cooperate with them on anything, because they knew it was, they didn't cooperate with you unless they expected to gain based on their view on the world was at your loss. So that they weren't a good friend of yours or a good, they weren't supporting you, that they believed they were going to extract value out of you at your expense. And I was like, what is this, maritime trade? We've already disproven that crap. There's a reason half those places imploded. Yeah, no, they were a jerk. They presented well, but then, when you got to know the person behind the scenes, yeah, they were a jerk. And I won't say their name, to be clear. That is the thing, I go into that. OG Mao says, I once knew a person who would leave streams if the streamer got subs or donos because it wasn't them getting the money. Oh, weird. Yeah. There are people who, like, don't get me wrong. If you're streaming full time, as much as you don't want it to be about the money, money is a factor. Like, that may not be your main priority and everything, but if you're full time, you got bills to pay, there's going to be at least a certain percentage of your brain that is going to be allocated towards, what do I got to do to, pay my bills? And that's a thing that happens. And for people who are not okay with that, like, those are some same people who, they go by to see the musician playing out in the street, and they're like, oh, I'm not going to tip them. Why would I tip them? Or, you see, like, the artist goes out there and paints it like, and they're like, no, I'm not going to tip that person. Why would I tip that person? I don't have to. It's that kind of person. You're like, how dare you make a buck? Or, it's like, oh, you drew this picture. That's so nice. And then you go to, like, take it, like, well, you got to pay for that. You're like, oh, no, I have to pay for that? Well, the hell with that. It's like, no. Like, they're putting the time and an effort. Of course, they can't be upset when someone else gets support. Oh, yeah. Oh, and I've known people like that, are generally positive and all that, and then ultimately what ended up happening is the other person, they got jealous because the other person, found more success. And they'd be like, oh, they just got success, and that's usually where you hear people be like, just because demographic or whatever, which is total BS. But they use it as a way to, like, make themselves feel better that they didn't come out ahead and all that kind of stuff. And then they end up being, like, toxic, and they torpedo their own community because of it. But yeah. Let's see, feel even worse for people out there. Once they got big, they stopped rating because Twitch rating is broken at the moment. I mean, to be fair, Twitch rates do break. But yeah, no, it's, I know creators who, they rated and they participated heavily in communities until they got to a certain size, and then they stopped. And most of those channels, you will watch them slowly regress. It takes a while, like, they've got their regulars and all that. And then maybe in their space they'll hang in there doing well. But a lot of times you will see them start regressing because this is a community. People talk. People do work with each other. There is lots, like, you always have to be bringing in new eyeballs because there are people who, their work situations change, their life situation change. They just stop being interested in watching streams. They don't have the time anymore, or the games you're playing don't interest them. That there's always an amount of churn that happens. And you do depend on that networking as, like, your main source of new eyeballs, like, very genuinely. Raids help, but that's networking. And shoutouts help, that's networking. But, like, the games page does more than nothing. But outside of, like, the hot latest game, the games page is usually only kind of lukewarm compared to everything else. So it is a whole thing. But it ends up, they slowly start hemorrhaging their viewer, because churn is just, it's an immutable truth of any business, is you'll have some number of your customers, some number of your viewers, some number of your participants will go on to other things. I mean, hell, if nothing else, they'll die of old age eventually. Like, some number of them. And you have to be bringing in new eyeballs. And if you torpedo all that networking, as you start to churn, like, at first, you lose a couple hundred views, couple hundred views out of your thousands of viewers. You don't notice. But it slowly just erodes down till you start seeing that number get to the point you start sweating. And then you start panicking, and usually because you've already got in your head that you need to be isolated, like, you start being even worse about the not working with others kind of stuff, and you start blaming other people, and then that negativity bleeds into your chat and your community and all that, which drives away your existing community, and you just torpedo yourself. We've seen it'll happen, and usually they'll drop down to, like, some number of viewers, and then they'll quit streaming or whatever. They'll blame someone else, they'll quit streaming, and they'll disappear off the map. Hey, Night Dweller, how's it going? The OG boss says, you just don't understand how that affects people besides those directly involved. Like, if someone gifted you 100, I assume most people would be happy for you. Don't, like, You don't know how jealous one would be with all that. Oh yeah. Well, no, it can be a thing. Like if you're pouring your heart and soul into trying to make like really good content, being there and like being there all the time, and you're sitting in your channel and you're doing this every day, sun up to sundown, and you're stuck where your channel feels stagnant. So like what plays a lot of people get stuck is around that 25-35 viewer mark, that they got to affiliate, they got over that hill, and they get to that 25-35, and it's a really rough spot of getting over that hill to like getting to partner and that kind of thing. And you're stuck in that spot and just struggling and frustrated. And you go to someone else's channel and you see them getting the success that you want, that you are fighting for so hard. Now, of course, a lot of people, you're very happy for that other person. They're succeeding in something they're passionate about. But there is a part of you who has poured your heart and soul into that, who is frustrated in your situation, independent of what they got going on, and you're jealous that they're getting what you want. Now, does that make any of that right or okay or whatever? No, but people feel jealousy. And there's other content creators that I'm very close with, that I'm friends with, that I get jealous of sometimes. That I see that they've done absolutely amazing things that have been wildly successful, and there's jealousy. Now, I don't act differently to them. I don't get mad about it or anything. But you're like, man, I wish I had that, which is jealousy. But that being like, hey, I feel that I have jealousy and I'm happy for them. That's totally fine. Like, having awareness that you have that jealousy is arguably a good thing in my mind. Now, if you start like slighting them or being a jerk or trying to like take advantage of that, like all the stuff that people do when someone else is succeeding, then you're being a jerk. Yeah, no, exactly. It's not being jealousy, but acting in anger towards it. Yes, that's what jealousy goes from being just a natural response to now you're being a jerk. Now you've taken it from a natural response to, okay, now it's a problem. So it says, even though you're a VIP in that community, you rarely hang out there anymore, because you know that if you lurk there, you get taken out of the If I lurk there, I get taken out of the carousel, and I don't get to discover other awesome streamers? I'm sorry, I missed context on that one. But yeah, no, it's, sleeping on the couch is different, but I do sleep a lot better. Gotcha. I mean, sometimes mixing up your sleeping situation, like whether it's how you lay down or how many pillows you have or whatever you're dealing with, can be the thing to mix it up, that you don't realize like you're laying in a position and your back's, it's not bothering you, but it's not as comfortable when you're sleeping, so you don't sleep soundly, but then you move around your pillows and, it just works better for you. It can even be just doing too much of one thing is a problem. It's not necessarily that's the thing you're doing. I suddenly had like that momentary panic. It's like, wait, is that the icon for sorghum? It is the icon for sorghum. We're good. But yeah, so we've been doing pretty good on the stream. We got our brand new, ridiculously large field, which I'm going to just hit this button real fast right now, just in case we don't actually get to see it grow. Which actually I don't know if you hear the screenshot sound. The stopped rating one was referencing the entertainment carousel, going from community to community to community through raids. Oh. Where you've got a group of people that, like, there's like 5 or 6 or however many people that, this streamer raids this streamer, that raids, like, they go the circle, like, they have their set pattern. So I have people I do raid regularly. Like, that is a thing. And part of that is when I wrap up stream, I'm looking for other channels that are similar to my own so far as, like, the vibe and the types of games. And, I found some that are, like, always my safe bets, that they make great content and all that. And occasionally I do step out and I'll, like, hey, here's a small channel that will pop in. And sometimes it's worked out well. We've made a lot of good new friends that way. A lot of the people who have become people I raid regularly now, that's how it started. I caught them on and off, and I'm like, oh, hey, there's a small channel, and you raid them, and you're like, oh, wait, actually, this person's pretty big. But, you'll raid, like, I raid a small, like, how many times, like, Longclaw isn't a huge creator on the platform. And when we're playing similar games, I like to raid over there. I used to raid a lot when we played Project Zomboid, the both of us. Now we're playing a bit different games, so I don't get as many opportunities to raid over there. And then schedules and all that as well. But I still try to pop by every once in a while and drop a raid. But that's not a huge channel, and that was, I don't remember, like, there's so many of these people are friends of the community, I don't remember who rated who first. There's definitely times where they rated into me, there's definitely times I rated into them, where I'm like, hey, here's some person, they got 18 viewers, let's rate them. Let's check them out. Let's see how it's going. We made friends. We've also had some significant misses. And I've had more than once I raid, and, like, I'll look for, like, 30 seconds before I do the raid. I'll, like, look at it. And I'm like, oh, cool. Like, this person seems chill, that they seem like a good person for us to drop a raid on. Let me raid them. And I had one that the person was chill. They're just having a nice casual conversation. They only had like 5 or 6 viewers, but they're having a nice casual. It's like, cool. This person seems like they make good content. Like, let me help this person out. They look like they could actually, find success in streaming. Like they're holding good conversation. They're engaging their audience. Like what they got going on their screen seems all good. Their audio quality isn't crap. Yeah, let's go raid them. And it was because they were sitting with a handful of friends, and they got in character when we raided them with a big raid. Like they got themselves up in their chair. They're like, hey everybody, how's everyone going? Like went super high energy immediately. It's like, oh no. Like, my guy, what you were doing before with your friends is the move. That's what you need to succeed. This radio host thing you're doing, no, you're scaring them away. I ended up apologizing on the Discord, be like, I'm so sorry, I didn't know. But it was just like, oh man, like, you don't realize it, but you got a good thing. It's just not the thing you're trying to present. The who you are without your character is great. But it was just the fact that it went, like, from, like, perfectly aligned for what we had going on to what they had going on, to immediately going, like, really high energy. It's just like, oh, no. Half these people I'm bringing in here are on the fence of being asleep. You've been in raids where the streamer ends up apologizing in their Discord for the raids. I've had to do that, like, 3 times. One was for that one, and the other 2 were, I raided someone, and again, chill vibe, everyone's relaxing, kind of low energy, and we're raiding into what seems like chill vibe, kind of relaxing, low energy, and we pop in, and it'd be like air raid sirens, really loud, blasting when the raid pops in. I'm just like, no! Because all your people who, they were relaxing in bed, winding down for the end of the night, they're half asleep, they're not quite there, and every one of them just like, oh god. And you're just like, man. So I was thinking, anxiety attack when you get raided 8, 9 times, or bigger raid than you. Oh yeah, no, it's I feel like I handle it relatively well, but there are times that you get that raid, it's like 2,000 people just like, It's like, all right, don't psych yourself up too much. Like, that's not what they're here for. You're in front of 2,100 eyeballs. It's game face time to make sure, like, you are providing content aligned with what you normally do. So that for the people who would be in those 2,100 people, that you are providing the content that they're looking for in that moment. So the ones who are looking for that content go, ooh, that's exactly what I want to tune in. They, hit the follow button, hopefully. But yeah, no, it can be stressful. It is also one of those things when you get hit with a bunch of, like, even if they're smaller raids, you can hit like 8 or 9 raids of like 10, 15, 20 people, and then, it adds up to a decent amount. You're like, oh man, what's happened? Like, honestly, that's the one that throws you for more. It's like, why am I suddenly getting raided 8 times? Like, what? Is this like some collective thing you do? You were all playing Minecraft, and then, like, together you were like, we're gonna go raid that guy. Which, again, is awesome. You should do that. But that is the more jarring one that you're like, oh, I just got raided, you're getting ready to, like, do the shout out, and the next raid lands, and the next raid lands, you're like, hang on, wait a second, there's too many names for me to keep track. I want to make sure you shout out all these people. I want to show love to everyone for all the support. There's too many of you, slow down. It's like when you get the thing where, you have that, like, wave of love that comes from chat where, like, one person's 5 sub gift, one's 10, one's, this, and you're like, oh, there's too many. I want to make sure I recognize everyone's support. Let me work my way through the list. It just keeps happening. Which is it's all positive, but it can be very overwhelming. There's a reason why you see, like, content creators in that moment get emotional. Sorry. That was not me getting emotional. That was Soda Bubbles wanting freedom, and I wasn't prepared for that. Anyone said, yeah, for sure. If I sleep to Twitch, it's just background sound, and you end up having to shut off your laptop in the middle of the night because someone starts screaming. Oh yeah, and there's times that, you know, I'll raid someone who's a little bit higher energy than me, or a little bit, you know, different. That's fine. But it's when you go and you're like, all right, I got someone who's like right in line, and it is just you're jumping from like energy level 2 to energy level like 35. There's like, wait. I'm the one who hit the raid button, and I'm like backing away from the screen right now. Nothing wrong with their content. Like, their content is fine. It's fine to be high energy. It's the discrepancy. It is the difference in energy pressure that has a violent reaction. The worst part is when you're chilling with 2, 3, 4 people, then suddenly there's a rate of like 50, 70, 90, and you go, what now? No cry. I wish I could go back. I think the first, like, legit raid I had, we're not talking like onesie, twosie, like the first, like, legit raid that you popped, you're like, oh wait, that's actually a big number of viewers. I was playing Project Zomboid, and Trustin raided me. Trustin doesn't really stream much anymore. Like, it's not that he's fully quit, but only pops on once in a while, pretty rarely. But raided me playing Project Zomboid, and it was definitely jumping from like 8 people to like 80 people. In which that's actually the thing that ended up putting me on the map of Project Zomboid. Project Zomboid at the time was a very small, tight-knit community. And so popped in. I wish I could like go back and see my reaction from my perspective now. I feel like I handled it really well. But that's partly because I've done public speaking before I started streaming for a long time. And so like I'm someone who most of the time, if I could walk into a room and only 4 people show up in a talk, that doesn't bother me. I've been through that. So when you pop on stream and there's only 10 or so people, mostly that's fine. Like, obviously, it can get into your head after a little while if you have, like, you know, it's fine to have a misstream, but if you have, like, a misstream, then it's like, like, this has to change. I have bills to pay. But, like, having a one-off stream that the numbers are low, it's like, whatever. Now, granted, as a streamer and content creator, if I'm doing a stream and I got, like, 20-something viewers and I'm used to getting, like, 70, 80 viewers, it means I put away the game. Unless there's, like, some outside event, like, I'm competing with the Super Bowl, or, you know, there's some big game announcement happening where I'm like, yeah, it's gonna be a low view day. Like, a lot of times you'll know that, like, there's a big conference, they're doing all their big game announcements, and you know you're gonna have, like, crap views because everyone who's interested in gaming, a lot of them are over there seeing, like, all the new announcements because they're excited. Fair enough. And those are usually the days I'll play, like, the high-risk games. The games I'm like, this is something that wouldn't normally resonate with my audience, but let's see what happens. And if it does okay that day, I'll keep playing it. Or, like, if people want me to do, like, a collab, I'm like, alright, this is going to be, like, a really big thing. Yeah, or it's like you're playing in your game category, and there's, like, a huge name that has jumped into the category, or someone who was, like, the big name in the game a long time ago, but kind of took a break from it, and they're back. Like, that can just suck all of the audience to them, because it's a novelty then. It's someone you used to watch play in that game all the time has come back, so you want to see it. And then when the novelty wears off, you'll see where it lands. You know, usually they do perfectly fine. I mean, simply, yeah, I occasionally have to turn off your phone tonight and switch to another channel too, because I get woken up by a stream after a raid for a chill stream. It happens. But yeah, you know, you have those off nights, and sometimes you have an off night, there is a factor that you're completely unaware of. Like, so right now, most of my viewer, like, raw numbers is in the US. For a good long while, a very large percentage of it was in the UK. There's still a decent percentage, but it's not as much of a total percentage because my US audience has grown at a faster rate than my UK audience. But for a while I had like a very high UK percentage. It was like 40% or something like that at one point. And that's just for whatever reason with Project Zomboid. And I didn't realize it was a holiday in the UK that we don't share over here. I don't remember what the holiday was. And it was just one of those things like, oh man, like viewership is so low. And it was a game that I was kind of playing, I was expecting good viewership with, but it's like a first time. And it was kind of like going, it was like, man, it's like, and I made the comment on the stream, it's like, huh, like it's a very quiet night tonight. Like not like the panic, like, oh god, my numbers. It's like, huh, it's a really quiet night tonight. Like I wonder what's going on. And there was one of my viewers who's from the UK, is like, oh yeah, it's this holiday over here. Like half the people are out doing, like, I think it was a holiday that's one of those holidays where you go out and you picnic kind of things. But I was like, oh yeah, like everyone is out. Yeah, it wasn't Boxing Day. It wasn't Boxing Day, it wasn't Christmas. It was something in the summer. But I couldn't tell you what month, it's been too long. But it's just kind of one of those things like, huh, okay. You know, it's like, I got you. So there's a holiday going on where I have a huge amount of my audience. Fair enough. But it was one of those things like, man, it's like, did I just misread this game? I thought everyone was hyped about. I couldn't even tell you what the game was. It might have been like Rimworld. So I was like, I thought everyone was gonna be hyped to see me play this. Like, it's like I'm really thrown by a game that I fully anticipated people were gonna be like really into, missing this bad. I was like, oh, okay, I just started on a holiday, and you know, then you play the game the next day and it was fine. But it just caught me by surprise because, you know, I don't know all the holidays and all the countries and all the places. Hey, Jaywalker, how's it going? And I know I'm letting the AI just do the seeding. It's fine. The AI knows the way. I partially want to see if the AI will handle the field well. If I just cut them loose, I can count on them to get it done. Because this field should be fine. The only obstructions is that far corner, there's the trees. And over there's a couple of trees and rocks. But that would only affect if I was going this way across the field versus that way across the field. Which is the reason though, even though the field is a little bit longer than it is wide, I am having it go the wide direction, is because of the lack of obstructions. It shouldn't have problems. I'm honestly half tempted that maybe later we even stretch this field farther to where it would, you know, get to those trees over there. So add about 20% onto the field width, enough we can get a road around the outside, and just have this like be some big field that serves like a production line by itself. How am I doing today? I'm doing good. But the hope is with this field, we should be able to get an extra $40,000 to $60,000. Sorry. A $40,000 to $60,000 out of this field when it's all said and done. By the time we make into flour, I think the sorghum straight up won't make that kind of money. But putting that all into granary, my expectation is that we will ever so slightly have enough extra sorghum in the granary to have the flour running year-round, whereas right now it runs just barely over half a year. So I do think we'll be able to keep the granary running year-round, which does mean I'll also be slowly build up the total amount there until it goes there. If I ever do get the granary to the point where it's just so overloaded, then we'll just switch this to something like soy and just selling the soil. New field? Yep. The end of the last stream, we bought ourselves an extra plot of land. So our farm has increased a lot. And you look at the size of this field we made, by comparison, it's probably just shy of twice the size of this field. Roughly these two fields combined. But when we consider that it wouldn't even be an extra 30%, it'd be more than that. Because, I mean, honestly, it's probably just shy of an extra half. Because those two little fields are pretty tiny. Now, I'd run around and do something else at the same time in the meantime. I just don't have another productive thing I can work on right now. We got a cedar field. Hey, FG, how's it going? I hope you've had a good day so far. Just start with your day. But for those who don't know, FG Squared, one of those content creators, I say, I have some handful of people I'm like, oh, I raid these people regularly because I know they make good content. That's one of them. Also a member of the Halcyon Frequency team. Absolutely fantastic. Okay, you play... It was Rimworld I saw you playing yesterday. That's right. You were playing RimWorld. You started a brand new Thrumbo run. How did that end? Because Randy Random was incredibly kind to you at the very beginning of the run, which meant certainly there was utter betrayal shortly after. Because that's just what Randy does. You have coffee, so that's good, and there was breakfast pizza. Alright, so I mean, you got my number. Got Randy Random so hard. Oh, did Randy return the favor? Because for, like, FG got started with 2 Thrumbo as pets. That's how generous Randy was. Randy said, how would you like 2 Thrumbos and a cat? You had 3 disease events at the same time? Oh. Yeah, that sounds like Randy. Where the map says, oh, you should be dealing with a rate of 1 disease, you know, the one ratio disease, and then you get like 8 diseases in a year, and you're like, yeah, 1, I hear you. There's some BS. There's, it's not breakfast pizza. Gutworms, muscle parasites, and flu. Oh man, gutworms and flu are not a happy combo. Because malnutrition makes you lose against the flu, and gutworms help speedrun malnutrition. Yeah, no, the worst Randy's ever done with that, it wasn't a lot at once. It was, oh man, I'm not gonna remember, as we had, I think it was, we had a cold snap. So this is a map that didn't have a particularly long growing season. But we had a cold snap, no big deal. Followed by flu. So it knocked down all of our doctors and our farmers. So that basically, that grow season was a wash. But everyone made it through. So then we had the winter. We rode out the winter. And, you know, managed to make it happen. But, you know, food supplies were pretty decimated. We got to the next side. And I think it was a toxic fallout, which ruined the next whole grow season. And, you know, wiped out all the animals on the map. Limped very barely across the next winter. And then followed up with malaria, which hit all of the farmers and the doctors again. And we're at that point when you're dealing with, like, your food has gotten so scarce, you're, like, rotating people through malnutrition on who has malnutrition today. Like, we were at that phase of just, if it could be eaten, it was eaten. And then the malaria hit, and I'm like, everyone has malnutrition. And, like, 5 of my 7 pawns just got malaria. It's like, they're all dead. It's like, Randy was like, I am absolutely over this run. I'm gonna just slowly bleed you down. We've also definitely had the runs where Randy just stacked hard, and you're like, alright, Randy, I get it, you're over it. Jay Worker says, you're watching a stream earlier today, and they had a mech sun blocker and a fog machine. As soon as he defeated both, got a volcanic winner. Yeah, no, there's just, that's those ones I talk about with, like, there's different games that, you know, people compare certain games to others so far as difficulty and all that, and, you know, you'll meme that, like, skill issue or whatever. And that my comment is one of the reasons why I personally like Project Zomboid so much. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Why I like Project Zomboid so much, and why I feel like a lot of the people who are into Project Zomboid stick to it so much, is Project Zomboid is a fair game. There is no RNG stuff with Project Zomboid typically that straight up just okie dokes you in a run. Like, there's occasionally you get caught with a bug or anything, but those are even super rare. That when you get yourself killed in Project Zomboid, it is you made decisions that led to that situation. Now, you may not realize you made those decisions, but you set up the chain of events that got you killed. Which makes it a game that you can learn from and is, like, very fair. RimWorld, especially with Randy Random, sometimes RimWorld just makes the decision for you that your run's over. You can do a lot of stuff to get through a lot of things, but even if you go to, like, the most skilled, over-the-top, ridiculous players that are out there in RimWorld, they can put up with a lot of abuse with the game, but there are some times that they just get combinations of events that are like, yep. It's like, I'm watching my colony die. It's like, I've done I've done the 3 or 4 steps I can to mitigate this, and it's still burning down around me. But you'll watch Big Nays in there going, hey, Spirit Music, thank you so much for the raid. I really do appreciate that. I do hope you had yourself a good stream and all that good stuff. What were we playing, and how would it go? For everyone popping in with that raid, what would you say was your favorite part of the stream over there today? And thank you to follow. Good times. It's backslash. I have the backslash shout out. I actually probably should get the exclamation mark shout out one where it does the where it shows the game and all that. It says we were doing acoustic guitar live. Well, that's what's coming up. My apologies. It won't tell me what you were doing, but it would tell me what you are going to do. Apparently, playing live music on their channel. I have had lots of channels in the past that is one of the things I would go to in my off hours, is just like listen to music streams, like like Violin Chick, that kind of thing. So that sounds fantastic. But yeah, so you're playing music, acoustic guitar music. I actually don't have my guitar right here. Not that I am anywhere in good practice or anything, but I was going to do like the whole I play too, and the skill level proud being very much one-sided in your favor. But I used to have it right here, and I moved it because I had to move my lights around. But welcome in, and all that good stuff. But yeah, no, it's always fun to find a good music stream, because there's sometimes you want a stream that you can like get absorbed in the game. There's sometimes you want a stream where you can just have like chill conversation, and there's sometimes you want to go into a stream where you can just like jam to the vibes, like whatever the music is. Spirit Music, the favorite part was telling people it's going to be minus 40 degrees Celsius on Wednesday in Saskatchewan. Hey, you know what the best part is? It's also going to be minus 40 degrees Fahrenheit in Saskatchewan on Wednesday, because that's the same temperature. Also, no thanks. As much as I love snow and I love the cold, when the numbers in the negatives start to build up there, it stops being as much fun. But nah, that's real cold. Negative 40 is real cold. I think the coldest I've been into was like the negative teens Fahrenheit. I've done that before. I was not a fan. I like it cold, but that was I need a winter coat or my winter coat. Snow tomorrow? You'll be inside streaming? Oh, do you like play guitar outside? That's real impressive. Lennox saying, I remember Michigan, they wouldn't cancel school unless it got to minus 30 degrees Fahrenheit with wind chill. That's not definitely true, because like I was that negative teens was in Michigan, and they definitely canceled school for that one. Now granted, usually it's the snow they're more worried about than the temperature. That was the same year. That was like the 90s, like 92, 93, somewhere in that range, that we had to exit our house through a window. Just, it wasn't even that the snow was deep, but that blew the snow up against the side of the house. This is specifically your district? Yeah, your district, you need to go to your, like, people there and usurp that school board or whatever, because, yeah, no. When it's a health crisis kind of thing of going out in that cold, yeah, you don't need to go to school. In Chicago, they wouldn't cancel school so long as the bus engines turned over. I feel like I wonder with like the Chicago kind of thing. So one of the big problems we had where I was at in Michigan is it's a very, very rolling hills kind of place. And we're talking like 35 plus degrees angle. We're talking, they're the kind of hills you go down on a bicycle and then you turn around and you go, you know what, I'm walking it. Like, I'm walking it. It'll be easier. I'm not riding my bike up this hill. And we had a year that they had canceled a whole bunch of school days because it had been a really bad year for snow. And they were like, no, we're not canceling today. And we're like, all right. Because usually what happened is we'd go and we'd stand out by the bus stop waiting for school. And then, one of the parents would come by. It's like, go home, school's canceled. Like that kind of thing. And we're just waiting for the parent to come out to, like, get everyone home. Because it was, like, another really awful, like, just snowy, sleety, icy kind of day. And, we look down the hill and we see the bus starting to make the turn. We're like, really? They're going to try and do it? Like, that's actually dangerous. And they had taken the time that they put, like, the snow chains on the tires and everything. Like, they were going for it. And they had, like, all the chained up tires and everything, totally destroying the road. But they're, like, going to try and go up this hill. And it was, like, a good 1/8 or 1/4 mile tall hill. Like, it was a big hill that, it's this ridiculous steepness all the way up to the top. And that bus got up, and it maybe made it 2-3 bus lengths up that hill, and it stopped moving forward, and it started moving backward, right into the lawn of the person at the bottom of the hill, and just dug up their yard, left these, like, giant trenches of mud in their yard, and then they canceled school. I was like, for what it's worth, I'll give them credit. They're like, look, man, you guys have missed, like, 7 or 8 days already this winter. We can't keep canceling them. As kids, I didn't realize when they cancel enough school days, they start adding them on the other end of summer, and they delay your summer vacation. All we knew was we got the day off school, so that was what we wanted. Spirit Music saying, apparently the -40 is without wind chill. It's supposed to be like -50. Who wants to go tobogganing? Empty Score said, you used to live near a hill like that. We never got much snow, but the ice is another story. The buses so very often didn't make it up the hill. Yeah, most of the time, and I assume that's what happened, is because the school buses would go neighborhood to neighborhood. I assume what happened is one of the school buses would be on one of the much earlier neighborhoods, couldn't make it up, would call back to dispatch or whatever they do for the back end of that, and then they would, cancel school because everyone was on hills. Because I know we were one of the last stops for our school bus route, because they would pick us up, go down the hill, and they would go down this dirt road, and that's where the school was. Which I wasn't out in a rural area. Like, we were in suburbia. It was just, Detroit was this way. Like, the downtown, like, for the local area, like, it was Rochester, was, like, here. And then there was just, like, this one dirt road that went to the school because it's, like, new development. And then you go the other way, and there's more city. But there's, like, this weirdly, like, this one pocket of, like, a farm or two in this one dirt road that went to, like, a brand new school at the time. I just said, you used to live in a big city with no school buses. They use public transport. We usually missed school in those days. The people who lived in walking distance school still had to go. Yeah, no, that was... For our school, there was no one walking distance. Not safely. You would just be straight up walking in the woods on a dirt road where, people weren't exactly the safest drivers. They're saying black ice could be a real killer, but people aren't used to the ice on the road. Oh, we had all the time where I was at in Michigan. We'd have that thing where it's usually like towards the end of winter more than the beginning, but towards the end of winter, what would end up happening is you'd have those days where it creeps just a little bit above freezing. The snow starts to melt, and then it'd go right back under in the evening, and it would just pack on layer after layer of ice, like that really slick, like crystal glass, like ice kind of thing. And, you get all, like, the oil from, like, the cars and all that mixed in there on the roads and all that. And you'd watch cars going, like, 2 miles an hour that have their wheels turned sideways, and their wheels will be going in reverse. They're just still sliding forward. Like, no traction. Like, absolutely zero traction. And they're just all getting these collisions going 1-2 miles an hour as they're on their brakes, their tires are spinning the wrong way, and they're just doing everything trying to figure out how to stop. There's no engine friction gonna help. There's just near no friction. Yeah, Solam says, even within walking distance, either everyone goes to school or no one does. That was the way it was for here in Florida. But we usually got canceled. If we got school canceled, it was because there was a hurricane or a tropical storm. Which, very understandably, you cancel school for natural disasters. Kind of comes with the territory. which I which you had some fun ones. For those who don't know, when it comes to a hurricane, when they're approaching, you really don't have any clue if it's even going to remotely hit you until about 3 days out. Like, you could be in what's referred to as the cone of uncertainty, which basically says we know that the eye of the storm will be in this cone somewhere. You know, and it's like 1 day out is better, and it's just each day it gets updated in the path, you know, adjusts based on changes in the speed. So the farther out, the less reliable, which is why you call it the cone of uncertainty. When you're 3 days out, you know, even if it misses, like it takes the hardest right it can, that you're still getting a glancing blow or whatever. But they cancel school usually around that time, like, because at 3 days out, you need to already be like, you know, making sure you have water, making sure you have everything prepped, doing all that sort of stuff. That they'll be like, okay, the storm is going to be hitting on Monday, no school on Monday. And you'll know a couple days out that there's going to be no school on Monday. And they did that one time because we had a really bad hurricane that was rolling in. And it was just this, like, complete, like, weird fluke thing that we had this other storm front kind of coming in, like, just shoved the hurricane. And it just completely missed. That, like, it was one of the few times that the cone uncertainty was just not right. And it completely missed. But cool, school was still canceled, so we're all out there. It's sunny, it's clear skies, and we're all sitting there going, I was like, oh man, that's a real rough hurricane day there. All the kids had a really fun, like, Wednesday off or whatever it was. Most of the time it's not fun. Most of the time it's sitting in your house going, man, the power's out. This isn't fun. There's no TV. Oh, we're on well water. That's no fun. I have no showers or baths, or, you know, I can't wash my hands. You know, you have like a bucket of water or whatever that you drew ahead of time just to have something for like washing hands. Don't go in the fridge or freezer unless you really got to. You got to keep that cold air in there as long as you can. Now, the fun part is when you have like the big freezer and it's starting to carry on, it's like, all right, we got a bunch of ice cream in there. That's going to go bad if we don't eat it. So very clearly, you know, we got to eat those 3 gallons of ice cream that are in the fridge that we bought when we knew the hurricane was going to hit. Definitely didn't plan for that. So it's just, unfortunately, we're just all going to have a lot of ice cream tonight. When you moved from California to Oregon, you failed your first driving test due to questions about snow. And in Oregon, the snow wasn't anything as bad from what you heard from other states. Oh, yeah. Hey, 2B, how's it going? Yes, Rual knows how to hurricane shop. Hey, I have been in the eye of 3 hurricanes. 2 of which were major hurricanes when I was in the eye. One was a category 4/5. It was on that fence when I was in the eye. That was terrifying. Because we did emergency roof repairs in the eye of a hurricane. And by that I mean, we got a tarp, we got some, like, wood shims, and we just screwed them directly into the roof, because otherwise we're losing a room to the house. And it is wild to be in the eye of a hurricane. It is weird, it is creepy, it is neat. Hey, Allison, how's it going? You're in airports again? Traveling entertainment? Raw phones suck. Yes, they do. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. But, for those who don't know Allison Adventures, fantastic content creator on the platform. Plays a bunch of games, including Project Zomboid, as well as I think you play other games on top of that. But if you're looking for Project Zomboid, good times there. Plays in relatively, like, high pop kind of stuff. Good times. You slept through one, spawn tornado next to your house? Yeah. Well, that's a lot of things that people don't realize with hurricanes, is when you look at a hurricane, they're split up into quadrants when you take consideration of the risk. Most of the time, it's the northeast quadrant is a bad time. That is like the eye wall is extremely dangerous, and the northeast quadrant is extremely dangerous. The northeast quadrant is extremely dangerous because it spawns tornadoes. And a lot of them. So, you know, if you're like, what's worse, a hurricane or a tornado? You go, well, it's a trick question. The hurricane, you get both. And you get flooding. You know, it's a basket of natural disasters. How many hurricanes were you in while in Michigan? Like, hurricane warnings kind of thing, a ton of them. Actual tornadoes, never. Like, we never were directly hit, but we had them hit in our area. I remember we had a day that like our house had a basement. It was in the side of a hill, so it was always ones that like there was the basement floor, then there was the floor that was like the second story on this side of the house, but level that side, and then there's a floor on top of that. So it's kind of like weird that our basement was kind of a floor, but kind of a basement and all that kind of stuff. But we had the whole situation that, you know, a tornado warning would happen. We'd go down to the basement, you know, be safe. And so it was like earlier in the day, tornado warning, go down the basement. It got lifted, we went up, then again, tornado warning. And it was like the fourth time that we had been, you know, like freed from the tornado warning, then went back into tornado warning. They were like, all right, we're just sleeping in the basement. I'm just like, I'm done with this. We're just staying down here right now. Do hurricanes usually make strong tornadoes? Pretty strong ones, yeah. Not like the ones where you hear about, like, you know, the ridiculous high tier tornado that like peels entire houses off the ground kind of thing. But they will devastate a house, collapse houses kind of things. Yeah. Hurricanes are the gift that keep on giving. Thankfully, less people have hurricane parties than they used to. Well, I mean, so if we're talking about the hurricane party where like everyone is at their home and they're staying there for the entire hurricane, and some people drink and hang out and do that kind of stuff, I'm pretty okay with that. Is it the smartest thing to do? Not really. But if you're going to be stuck in your house with no power, no internet, you don't want to use your cell phone in case you actually are impacted, and all that stuff, what else are you going to do? So I don't blame them. Like, getting to the point of like pass out drunk, no, that's probably not a good idea in the middle of the storm. But, you know, hanging out with friends, having some drinks, that you like all stay at one house for the entire duration of the hurricane. Don't drive in it. People are ridiculous. Someone says, what's worse than tornadoes or another disaster is also have a tornado? What a difficult question. Yeah, exactly. You're part of the evacuation in 2016. Big fire was really scary. Yeah, that's the same that happens with hurricanes. Is when you got like, usually it's Cat 3 and higher, they'll usually evacuate if you're like right on the waterfront. And it's Cat 4 and Cat 5. That's when you're like, you really should leave. Like, for people in Florida, like Florida natives and all that, usually the way it is, if it's Cat 1 or 2, whatever, you know, bring your junk in, not a big deal. Cat 3 is when, you know, like, the ears perk up a little, the air sticks up, and you're like, It's not that you're necessarily going to evacuate, that's you're like, okay, you have my attention. And then it's Cat 4 and 5, if you're, like, in the directed impacted area where it is going to be a Cat 4 and 5, it's like, if you have the ability to leave during a higher level or high level hurricane and you choose not to, that is called being dumb. That is called Darwinism. Now, if you don't have the means, like financially or whatever, I understand that. Or if you are someone who is immobile, that you require assistance that might not be available, I understand that. But if you're just always like, nah, I wrote out the last 5 ones, and this one's gonna be no different, and then you're drowned in a hurricane because you're dumb. I've watched a hurricane roll over a truck, like a big swamped up super swamper wheel truck, and just roll it right over. It wasn't even like a high category 4 either. It was like a medium high, you know, category 4. It just went dut, 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 stut, dut, dut, you know, rolled like 2-3 times. And I'm like, well, that's totaled. Oh man, there were people who stayed. There was a town north of where I grew up. There was a very rural area, pine trees everywhere. And there's lots of communities that were manufactured homes where they, you know, manufacture the home, they move it, they plunk it down, and they install it. So those are not particularly durable homes. And there were people staying in there, and it was just dropping all of the pine trees everywhere. And it's like, how could you stay there? Like, even, like, I don't understand. I had a buddy who, his house, like, he had left, but his house, like, had a manufactured home, and it crushed their, like, carport. But if you had the house there, it dropped one tree along one side, one tree this way, and there wasn't trees on the other side. So it's like, man, you won, like, for having those trees drop, you won the lottery for both of those almost took out your entire home and barely missed. Like, you got real lucky. Yeah, the best thing about during natural disasters is not being where they are. Yeah, exactly. That said, like tropical storms, well, they're not that bad. Rual, were you in Florida during Andrew when it hit? Andrew, was that mid 90s? Early mid 90s, 93, 95? If it was 93, no. If it was after that, yes. But I want to say, wasn't that all the way up in Jacksonville? Oh no, that was South Miami. Okay, what was the one that leveled Jacksonville? Or not leveled it, but it wrecked it pretty bad in the early 90s. At least I thought there was one. Gotcha, North Miami. Yeah, no, that's very far away from me. So yeah, no, I know they got leveled. I've fortunately never been in a situation where a hurricane hit that, you know, I looked around and the town was gone kind of thing. We were fortunate that after, I think it was the late 80s, early 90s, or maybe it was the mid 90s, that they changed building codes in Florida that all hurricanes were built to withstand a Category 3 hurricane. Like that's what they're rated for. You got old-timey homes that are grandfathered in that unless they do a major change, they don't have to adjust. But, look, AI, I was willing to tolerate you backing up, but you're just being weird about it. But the rated for Cat 3, which is also one of the big reasons why, you know, people who live here, when you sit there and you have a hurricane rolling through and it's Cat 3, it's like, okay, so that's like within what my house is supposed to be designed to handle without, you know, collapsing or whatever. And then you hit like a Cat 4 and Cat 5 and you're like, oh, this is not what my house is built for. What's the longest I ever went without power or water? Is about 2 weeks. I've told the story a number of times where after being without water, which means no showers or baths, because well water, my buddy across town got his water back on. I was like, look, I'm cashing in my friend card here. I am going to your house. I am taking a shower. It is non-negotiable. I need this. This is me as a friend saying this is something that I require to survive. Which he was laughing about it. He was like, oh yeah, because he was without it with a week too. Like, he's like, oh no, I get it. It's like, you just feel ick. You are ick incarnate. You are a pure saturation of ick. And it wasn't the worst. Do you think it was 2006, 3 hurricanes hit the state? Yep. One of those is Hurricane Charlie. I was in the eye of Hurricane Charlie. Right on the coast. Was it Charlie, Francis, and Ivan? It doesn't matter. And then technically, we got hit a 4th time. Because Charlie, I think it was Charlie, gave us a round 2. It came in and it did a loop in the Gulf and it did a 2nd round. It said, I'm not done with you yet. I didn't get hit by the 2nd round, though. Great thing about amount of the fires raging 2 years ago in California, people were buying generators and talking about not having power for 3 weeks. Oh yeah, no, when you have those wide range impacts, like you get surprised by all the things that get impacted by it. Your aunt lost some oak trees that are 100 years old because the ground was so saturated. Oh yeah, no, I forgot about that part. I think I saw pictures of that somewhere. Of after Charlie, the backyard being flooded because we had a retention ditch behind our house. That it was up to, like, it was a fairly large property because it was like out in the middle of nowhere kind of things. That, you know, it was just the water was like all the way up to the back of the house almost. Like, and there was a garage in the back that like was several inches, you know, when I say underwater, we're talking about the floor, not the roof. The floor was several inches deep in water, destroyed almost everything in there. Luckily, there was, like, not that there was anything good back there, but luckily, like, mostly it was just kind of surplus storage for stuff that had gotten collected. So while certainly you could look at it and say there's a lot of dollars in damage, it wasn't anything super important. Like, you know, yeah, there was a car battery charger back there and stuff like that. But it wasn't stuff like, you know, you lost like, you know, your high school photos, or I mean, even that's not that important to me, I guess, but you know, you lost like a bedroom or something. Isn't the US like 3 substation away from generalized blackouts? Certain areas, because you have, like, for example, Hoover Dam is a primary power plant that makes a ton of power for its area, and it's kind of distant from a lot of things. So if you had the substations drop going there, that would be a pretty large area impacted. And you've got a couple other power plants that are particularly large that I imagine would be things. But like, being a generalized thing, like everyone having brownouts, nah, it'd be, you know, local areas that would be getting hit. Just decent sized ones. Oh, right, we're moving our stuff. Now, Coomer says, stuff, you don't have the means to go that long, so you find other people's experiences interesting. Yeah, no, it's, like, I talk about, like, when the disaster preparedness thing comes up, that, my younger brother works in managing disaster preparedness, so, like, you know, when something goes wrong, you know, he's not boots on the ground kind of person. He's the one figuring out who needs to be where, and, you know, the logistics of getting them there and that kind of stuff, or where you need to start turning off power so that as areas are hit, they don't, you know, spawn more fires because, you know, power shorts and all that from the damage and whatnot. So I've got that whole thing from disaster preparedness, and then growing up so much of my life in an area impacted by disasters. But yeah, it's just a thing that I've learned to be prepared. It's just been something that's been, you know, lots of things. I also used to work city government, where when we got impacted, I was one of the people who was involved in, you know, getting everything set up, saying, okay, well, if these areas go down, we still need to be able to provide emergency care and help to whoever needs it. So instead of having, you know, these resources we need in their normal location, we're going to take them to hardened locations that, you know, heaven forbid a building collapse or something, we're still good. All right, so we did manage to get that. Honestly, that didn't take nearly as long as I thought to get that field seeded. But yeah, so you learn to do a bunch of that. So nowadays, like, I actually have it in here. It's just in here. Like, I don't keep it to show it off, but like, I have what's referred to as a bug out bag. And all that really is it's basically a brick of protein. Like, it's a brick of, like, calories and all that that'll last you a while. It's water, it's a first aid kit, flashlights, batteries, you know, the basic stuff. Like, it's not about, like, collapse of government nonsense or whatever. It's just, hey, if where you are at is not safe to stay and you can't traverse the roads, or, you know, you just basically have to grab and go kind of thing. Like, whatever's happened, it's not safe to be where you are at. You just grab your bug out bag and you do as the name implies, and you bug out. But yeah, so it's one of those things with disaster preparation, is to recognize what are the probable things that can happen in your area that you can practically prepare for. If you exist, fire is on that list, because fire is always on the list for literally everyone. Everything is flammable. You know, some areas you got to worry about flooding, some areas you have tornadoes, some areas you have hurricanes. If you're near major highways, you need a plan to be able to shelter in place in a low ventilation area. And I did say that correctly, with low ventilation, because you never know when some chlorine truck is going to go get knocked off down the road, and now you get that warning to go, hey, you know, go, you know, get inside. You've got poisonous gas outside. Get inside. You know, put towels under your door, do your stuff to secure that. And again, if you exist near any major roadway, that's the thing you got to deal with. Even if you're in the suburbs, that's the thing you got to deal with. If you're literally in the middle of nowhere, you got to go some dirt road several miles or whatever, then sure, that's not a concern. Be pretty much in no man's land for some time. When you're 9-1, there was a Cascadia subduction zone. That's be 10 years corridor. You always struggle with what to do with important documents. You usually have them nearby folder, but some documents would be important. Yeah, so it's stuff you want to have ready is like where appropriate. Have some way to prove who you are. Passports are usually a safe bet. Because it doesn't matter where you go, they'll recognize the passport. Yeah, for a lot of documents, it's perfectly fine to have the copy in your bug out bag, and then have like the original still like in a safe or whatever. But yeah, like having a passport with you is usually. Where do I want the originals? You know what? You like want them someplace that'll be safe. Like you can have fire safes and all that. You can also like if you're really worried about it, you can have it put in like a bank secure box if you're that worried about it. I wouldn't say that's necessarily necessary. It's not a bad idea. Like, you know, it's certainly not a terrible idea to have it put into like a bank, you know, bank secure box. But you'd have to pay for it and everything. Now you can still use a notary in the same geological area. Like you can go to like the hospital you're born or whatever, assuming it still exists, and request a second original birth certificate and that kind of stuff. That's not necessarily super necessary. When you're in a bug out situation, copies are usually good enough. Other than stuff like passport, driver's license, bring with you. Like they're not gonna make a big stink because you don't have the original document when you're literally in like people are evacuating for their lives type scenario. I don't remember why I grabbed these. Yeah, and that's the most safes are fire resistant and flood resistant, but they're never proof. They're fire resistant up to a certain temperature. Why did you grab those? I mean, I don't want them to get backlogged, but they were nowhere near it. That's fine. Either way, it's another thing I don't have to deal with. It's probably because in my head I'm like, I'm not ready for the day to be over. You never made something proof of something? I'm not... What? So they're legalizing a copy for you. I'm sorry. Safe deposit box are only useful when they aren't in the affected zone. Well, that's not necessarily true, Nakumer. A lot of times, the safe deposit box are going to be way, way more able to handle the disaster than you are. Like, when you look at, say, for example, a bank, even if you have, like, a whole bunch... Like, even if you have the type of storm that levels a town, you'll usually still have, like, the vault will still be intact. Because the whole thing will be, like, block construction and everything like that. Now, don't get me wrong, if it's flooding to the point that everything's several feet underwater, yeah. But the point is, being chucked in a safe in the corner of your closet or whatever in your house is going to be far less likely to, or far more likely to get destroyed. But yeah, no, if you're talking like, you know, a whole ridiculous thing, even then, like, those safe deposit boxes are hardened. So it does, like, it'll take quite a bit before that thing's gonna get messed with. Alright, so I'm trying to remember. I believe it's August is harvest. No, so we... Alright, so we will be harvesting our wheat in July, and they'll be harvesting our sorghum in August. Alright, JD, you sleep well. Oh, more immediate after effect? Usually you're not worried about the immediate. Usually when you're talking about legal documents and all that with like a disaster, you're usually more concerned about being able to recover your documents in the midterm. Like the immediate disaster, usually you're just trying to... did you double fertilize? I didn't need to. Because I plowed a field that had grass, it was already fertilized. When you plow a field with fully grown grass, it gives you 50%. What is the best simulator game besides farming? That is going to be an extremely subjective answer. For one thing, I actually don't tend to approach games as best, worst, whatever. Like, you know, mood changes. What game I enjoy each month is going to change based on that kind of stuff and all that. And then, like, how strict are we talking on the term simulation? Are we talking strict simulation, like this kind of thing, space sim, flight sim, those kind of things? Are we talking would tycoon type games, which are also simulation, be qualified? Like that is a real difficult to answer question. General. I mean, again, I don't really have a best. I would say American Truck Simulator is solid. If you like trucking and that kind of stuff, that's a solid one. Like for space simulation style games, I am a big fan of Elite Dangerous. That is not a game that everyone's going to enjoy though. Yeah, it's too broad of a genre. I would say if you enjoy this game, you're like, I want another game that kind of hits the same feel as something like this. American Truck Simulator probably, well, American or European Truck Simulator, they're kind of the same game but different regions. Those would be fairly safe bets. Yeah, construction simulator, that one's got a lot more involved to it, but that's not a bad one either. Bear with me for just a moment. I need to use the restroom real fast, so I'm going to let you watch some chill harvester doing harvester things, and I will be right back. So thank you again for tuning in. I'll be back here in just a moment.
Kill them all.
Alright. Another good one is, if you don't mind a game that can be a little frustrating, a little janky sometimes, there is also SnowRunner's another decent one that a lot of people joke about as Truck is Stuck Simulator. It's kind of conceptually similar to like American Truck Simulator and European Truck Simulator. It's just, you know, if the roads were all garbage and you just had to make do. Because that's kind of the animal that game is. Alright. Yeah, so I don't need the big tractor for this. Yeah, I have mixed with SnowRunner. I like it, but it is one of those games that, like, if you try and just do the missions or whatever, it ends up being not a good time. Like, you have to take the time to, you know, get your waypoints, get your upgrades, do all that kind of stuff. Because if you don't take the time to do that early, where you have all your upgrades for your wheels and everything, like, it is an exercise in frustration. Did you? Oh, it's like a long gear switch on the tractor. Like, did you just turn, like, shut down? Man, like, it's a good game, to be clear. It's a good game. But it's definitely one of those ones that you have to be like, no, like, you can't just go for the objective. You need to stop, look for the upgrades, go for your upgrades. You know, make sure you're grabbing a bunch of things. You have to be mindful of which vehicles are well suited to go through what places and all that. I was gunning for just straight up progress so far as like finishing missions, and it was not the smoothest it was not the smoothest ride. Stop. There you go. Stop till you're empty. Oh, I was like, and now I'll go grab the other thing and I'll pick up all the straw. And then I stop and go, wait a second. Actually, I won't do that because this is in the way of the very first line of straw I'm going to pick up. Eddie Score saying, I need to grab all the SnowRunner DLC and play through it properly. I played so much when it came out and I haven't touched it in years. I played one stream of it, and it's one I'd be down for going back to, and I just haven't. Like, it wasn't a deliberate decision not to play it more. Just, you know, the next thing came up, and I haven't been back. Where did I leave that? Oh, the foraging wagon's over here. That's right. And the reason I'm using the little tractor instead of the bigger one, even though the bigger tractor is faster, is the maintenance on the big tractor is, We should go up SnowRunner sometimes? Shines go up? I would absolutely be down to do a co-op. And I know with our hours we don't have an overlap. I am down to adjust hours to accommodate. Like, we can meet halfway, I could stay up later, because it'll probably be easier for me to stay up later than for you to wake up earlier. Also, expeditions in March? Expeditions. Oh, is that something new for SnowRunner? Have you tried Against the Storm? Yeah, I've played Against the Storm quite a few times. I haven't played in a long while. Ah! It's the new Mud Runner. Wait, where did it... I'm driving past stuff. I keep forgetting what I'm working on. Gotcha. Alright, well, I would be down to play that as well. You might get bonked. I've corrected it so that VIPs can post links now. We had problems where the bot and Twitch were fighting on who wanted to go ahead and be the one to bop the URL. Gotcha. I'll have to if someone could put that in the game suggestions channel for me if it's not already there. Just because, like, that's gonna get lost and I'm trying to do that. Is exploring, but you do scientific missions. Ooh. So I imagine with the name Expeditions, they're probably going to be going to, like, you know, rainforest, but it seems to be single player? Gotcha. Like rainforest, you know, Everest, North Pole, like Antarctic kind of thing. Like that's what that name, you know, goes to me. Maybe like out safari kind of thing. Like where you just have like crap, well, I mean, probably not safari, that wouldn't be that bad. But like really crap terrain. Raft is fun multiplayer, same with Green Hell. So I would be down to play Raft the group multiplayer. That said, I have actually on the channel played through the entirety of Raft start to finish, like done it all. Green Hell I actually really don't like. I actually really don't enjoy Green Hell. Like, and it's not that I have a problem with like a survival game being realistic. It's just, to me, there's a lot of decisions they made in the game that kind of obnoxious to me. Like, to me, the one that irked me more than anything else was the implementation of, like, the spiders, the scorpions, and the snakes. Like, a real-life rattlesnake, they are rattling the moment you get anywhere remotely close to them. Otherwise, if they have you anywhere nearby and they don't feel, like, kind of pinned, you know, they bugger off. I know you can play with them turned off, but, like, it also bothers me that if you lay on the ground once, you get, like, worms. I'm like, come on. You take, like, a single sip of water, it's like, oh, you got a bunch of parasites now. It's like, look, man, don't get me wrong. Drinking unsanitized water is dangerous, but it's the survival game in the sense that you didn't brush your teeth this one day. You now have gingivitis. You now need to go find coal and grind it up and rub it in your eye to make it better because that's realism somehow. It feels very that. And the spiders and the scorpions and the snakes are a slowdown mechanic. They make it so you cannot run without getting bit by them constantly. And the scorpions come after you, which is also not a thing that scorpions do. Like, the jaguars or whatever, those coming after you, I'm on board with. Those things are terrifying. And that's, like, to me, that's meaningful. That you can listen for them, and it's not a whole thing like there. But yeah, no, it just felt, like, really obnoxious and tedious. I found very quickly that I was interested in seeing where the story went, and did not care at all for the actual gameplay. To the point... Well, they set a path. Okay, so that's even less realistic. But the point is, like, the scorpion moves towards you. I was like, but why? Scorpions wouldn't do that. They'd be like, it's a big scary thing. And it'd go the other way. Usually you only run into problems with people in scorpions when, like, one gets in your boot and you stick your foot in there or something. That's when people get hurt by scorpions. Or they mess around with them. I'm talking real life there. So it to me, it's a lot of that. Like, I know, it's the thing is it, like, purports to be so hard in the realism, and then you can, like, very quickly see through the veil of the realism about it, and it's just not in a fun way. It's the wrong type of realism for me. And, like, the thing with, like, where you sleep on the ground and you get the worms and all that, that I just find obnoxious. And I know you can turn half that stuff off, but at what point, what's left of the game? Hey, Insane Spork, how's it going? And if you enjoy Green Hell, like, by all means, enjoy it. Don't let me ruin it for you. Like, I know I'm complaining. I'm mostly... Well, right, it's set in the Amazon. Do you know what still doesn't happen? If you lay down in the Amazon, you don't instantly get worms every single time you lay down in the Amazon. Do you run the risk of getting worms? Sure. I would be down to the being an RNG chat. So this is actually just a thing that happens in survival games. That to make because time compression, to make it meaningful, you do have to nudge up the percents and all that. It was also super annoying to me that you couldn't make, like, some kind of thing that you could sleep in that you could move with you or whatever. And it was just like, when I stopped caring about, like, the actual survival aspect, I found it to just be a tedious chore. I wanted to see the story, and so I found myself running, like, from one part of the island to the other, but I'm not allowed to actually run because we have the scorpions and everything you have to turn off. And so, like, that was the whole thing. I wasn't going to restart the game just to turn them off or whatever. I don't remember. You might be able to change them while they're in there. But I found myself just trying to get from point A to B as fast as possible, which is what I was doing, and I actually liked the story part of it. But, you know, you'd have to set up for sleep, so you'd sit there and, like, try and, you'd take your last couple of hours of your day to, like, make this little hammock thing to put some leaves down on the ground. It'd take you a whole bunch of time. And it's like, you've got a relatively small map, Like, I'm willing to bet if you were beelining and you didn't have to stop and fight, like, the jaguars and all that, you could probably, like, beeline from one part of the island to the other and just hit all the quest spots if you knew them, like, the routes to them. And it'd only take you, like, a couple in-game days, absolutely tops. Which, of course, new player, I didn't know where they were. But then it just... Then it made the scorpions and all those, like, the snakes and all those that were just there that served no other purpose than to get in your way. Like, it just really made them feel 100% nothing like... It made them feel like a hurdle you just kept climbing over, not because it felt good, but because the game decided to put it in front of you. Like, and again, I have a very jaded view on that game. I played a bunch, and I was just having less and less fun with it. It's just not the game for me. It's actually one of the games I tend to use an example when, like, someone says there should be a mechanic, that I'm like, I actually wish it, I don't want that to be a mechanic. And they're like, well, they have to because realism. It's one of the games I hold out. It's like, realism is not necessarily a good thing. And then also, it's realism, quote-unquote, because it's usually not actually realistic. It's gamified realistic. Thoughts on The Forest? I haven't really played The Forest that much. I have the original. For me, the fact that it's just, oh, look, cannibalism again, after so many games are, oh, look, cannibalism, I just couldn't get into it. To me, it's like, it was the point that cannibalism was kind of the thing. It's like, oh, it's that thing that edgy kids do, just to edgy. That it actually detracts from, like, the building mechanics and all that are amazing. They look great. But... well, honestly, like, everything with the cannibals, I'm not into it. I'm down for them to have, enemies and all that. But, like, it's just, like, kind of the whole thing with the cannibals. I know the second one, they actually added a lot to the AI, to the cannibals, to make it really interesting and fascinating. But for me, I don't know. Like... so the whole premise is that you become, like, this awful person as you play through, because you have to use pieces of people and everything to, like, make your tools and weapons and all that. So, sure, you can justify it because they're attacking you, but the idea is you're supposed to be eroding your moral lines on it. Hey, Colton. I am farming. So we start with, like, absolutely nothing. We've been building up more and more. So at the moment, we're getting wheat. But yeah, so it was like, and I get that, it's like a narrative, and I actually don't even necessarily have a problem with the story there, but I made the comment, it's one thing when I play a game that can feature cannibalism, or can feature slavery, or can feature you doing awful things, and then I have another thing where the game, like, grabs you by the head and says, you will be a cannibal, you will do these awful things. Like, you don't get the choice, and I understand you don't have to eat people in the game, but... you do have to process their bodies and everything to get bones to do stuff and whatever. At least from what I recall. And it just... I don't know. Like, a game... the moment a game goes, like, the edgy side of things, it usually loses me. You can get up bones without killing. Yeah, but it's like you make the armor, you have to use skin and bones and all that sort of stuff, and like human leather and all that, and you like make these like gross pieces of bone weapons. And it's one of those games that again also like kind of goes sort of for the realism, but also sort of for like the cringy, edgy factor, because you look at half the weapons you make out of people and everything in that, and you're like, you know what's better? Just sharpen a rock and put it on a stick. That's gonna be better than this nonsense. But the hand wave's like, but they're mutants. Look, man, just tell me. You just wanted us to take people apart and use their bits and baubles as things. But yeah, like the building side of it, like I love that thing. The problem is, it's one of those games that if you took out the mutants and all that, you wouldn't have much of a game left. Like that's the issue. I kind of just wish they went with like, you know what's on this island? Oh, there's tigers and bears and lions and all sorts of scary animals that hunt you. Which, granted, then you wouldn't have a story, so the game would be no good. But that's just it. I don't know. That's as I've gotten older, for my taste for those games that do like the edge factor is way lower. Like, don't get me wrong, when the new GTA comes out, I'll probably play it and I'll probably have a good time with it. But even GTA 5, like, a lot of the really over-the-top stuff, I was like, look, come on. Like, I get it, you're going for the silly satire and all that, but, like, where it was, like, really deliberately pushing boundaries so that, you know, a whole bunch of people would clutch their pearls and all that. Like, it doesn't make me like, oh my, they should be allowed to do that or anything like that. So it's like, yeah, I don't want this. That's not what I'm looking for. I'm gonna steal cars, I'm gonna drive real fast. You know, we're gonna do all sorts of awful crimes. But, like, we didn't need to, like, go over the top about it. Like, the whole torture scene that they had in GTA 5 where you literally torture a person with, like, battery and cables and everything. It's like, okay, I understand it matches the character. I understand they actually do make a commentary against torture with that whole thing. But also, it's like, I don't want to do this. This, like, I get it, it's fitting this character and whatever, but this, I, the player, don't want to, you know, this isn't my idea of fun. Like, this is weird. And I'm okay with games being out there that serve that audience, too, just to be clear. They're just, I don't know. I'm actually mixed, now I think about it. I'm mixed on GTA 6. Like, I've enjoyed the GTA games, and don't get me wrong, the shooting in GTA games was always subpar. Like, I remember playing GTA 3 and loving it, but if we're going to be real, it was all about driving around the cars, being fast, and being ridiculous. The part where you got out your guns and actually fired them was not great. That was actually the, oh man, which was the one with Nico Bellic? That was, I loved that whole game. I loved the characters in that one. Like, I really, really enjoyed Nico Bellic, as, like, his whole story. And then they had that whole, yeah, the 4. And then they had the ending at the dam, where it's like, man, you just took the worst part of your game and made an entire, like, your entire ending around that, which was the gunplay. The gunplay in this game is crap. And you just really ham-fisted the entire end of the game to be, like, just embracing the one part of your game didn't do well. I hated that part of the game. It's like, I did fine, it's like, but, like, I was there the whole time, I was like, why did you choose this? Have the getaway scene with, like, people shooting at us and all, which they had that was, the next one. No, not next one, it was the one with Grove Street. Like, that one, they did a really good job where, like, at the end, like, everyone is shooting everyone, like, the entire city is falling apart and just utter chaos, and, like, that was fun. Because just trying to drive around and function in the city that's burning down around you. For a moment, I thought I sold the wheat. I was about to be like, oh no, not again. But now we're good. We're selling the straw. That said, even if I get GTA 6, I won't be playing that on stream. Nope. Super misaligned with the channel. And also, like, I don't know what type of stuff. Like, for a game that you know is going to push the boundaries on stuff, no idea what it's going to do. And there is definitely a whole lot of stuff in those past titles. I'm like, nah, I don't want to be associated with what they're saying there. I want to keep a good, safe distance away from that. Torque says, been pretty stuck hard on Path of Exile lately. Is it rather a strange league for you? Yeah, I didn't get a chance to properly get into this league because the whole streaming thing. And a lot of people who I know they've hit that point where they kind of like casually play. A lot of them have been going real hard this league, that they've been having a really great time. And so part of me wants to go and like properly get into it, but at the same time, like behind the scenes off stream, I've been putting a lot of time into other projects I want to do. That, you know, like there's the YouTube video I put out earlier today, that if people don't mind clicking and watching it at some point, even if you just minimize it out of the way, it's okay. It'll really help the algorithm, make it happy, which will help, you know, potentially get me more eyeballs over there. But, like, we got that. For what that video is, for people curious, that is it's not this Survivor Man run. I have another Survivor Man run going on a different map and all that kind of stuff. And I'm properly editing it all up. It's not VOD format where we're like, you know, when I'm doing the stuff that just kind of takes a long time kind of thing, that I am going and, you know, editing that down, either doing like a cut in, cut out, or like, you know, fast forwarding, whatever. You know, it's got music added to it for like the areas in there. You know, it's properly edited where I even like raise and lower the volume of stuff as appropriate. So yeah. And it's Aiden's Fork on a 15 stream streak. Watching that number go up. Thank you so much for continuing to tune in all the time. It means so much that you'd like, not only that you watch, that like you're sticking around, like catching every stream. Like that is, it means a lot. Out of all the times all the ways you could spend your time, that you would choose to continue to do this. New World is an interesting game. It is. I played it. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. This is not where this goes. This goes to the baker, or the granary. You think you finally re-rolled the poison in your Pathfinder? Yeah, New World is fun. For me, my problem, and I don't know if it's different now with New World, is when it came out. Like, MMOs are always notorious for having, like, daily quests and stuff like that gets repetitious. And New World, it felt like I was already in that repetitious part, and I had barely started. That, like, you know, you went from zone to zone to zone, but, like, all of the mechanics to, like, keep you around, all of them were, like, the repeat quests. They're even worse. I think it says, I remember some kid find a stripper club in GTA 5. His bar clip, the kid saying, "You said I could play GTA." Oh, like he just didn't know. It's like very clearly he knew he wasn't supposed to be looking at that. He's like, "I thought you said I was allowed to play." And it's like, Mom's gonna be mad. That's fair. Yeah, freezing rain tonight. Ooh, fun. Freezing rain. Sleet. Everyone's favorite. I don't miss sleet. I also don't miss the slush when snow starts to melt. And it gets like all in like the gutters and all that. Where it's just slush on the side of the road, just like wet, gooey, gross snow. And you accidentally step and it just sucks into your shoes and socks. Everybody says, you love the world graphics, New World, but the PvE content was boring and repetitive, and the PvP stuff wasn't for you, so you dropped it after 200 hours. The crafting kept you engaged a little bit longer, you have to admit, though. I don't think I got quite that high in hours. But it was kind of the same thing, was the PvE content, like, it was fun for a little bit, but it was, I think at the time, and this wasn't on stream, I think at the time, I was like, it's like you took, you know, there's the joke about every MMO, you have your escort quest, you have your fetch quest, you have your kill quest, and you have your escort quest. And that's the 5 quests you have in those games. There are no more quests in those games. Those are the quests in those games. And it was like you took that and you just got rid of the escort quest, and there's like 2 of the types of quests you got rid of. And so otherwise it was the same thing in regards to you had those handful of quest types, but even less. And then you'd have it where you just repeat those, and they'd go to exact same places again and again and again. Like, you go to a new zone, it'd have its handful of places you'd go, and those would be new. You'd be grabbing, like, basically the same kind of items. They would look the same. And then after that first day you played there, you just get the quest to go back to literally the same place with literally the same spawn points for the same items again. And it was just very, very scratch your head, like, really? That's it? The crafting was interesting. It's very grindy, which isn't necessarily bad, but the problem is, like, I would want to do some crafting in that, and I did spend some time crafting. The PvP was okay. I remember they had real balance problems in the early days, that there were certain classes that, you know, they were the PvP meta and they were like strong. I remember it was alright, but part of it was like you had to kind of schedule your gameplay kind of situation. So it was like kind of is really down to the only thing working for it was the crafting for me. And it was just kind of one of those things that with just the crafting, I didn't get into it too much. Let's see, Nukumer said, you like Star Wars Galaxies, you took a contract from a guild to fill 1,000 landmine order. Instead, you end up using them to kill a game rep. The ZSR threatened to ban us. I never got into Star Wars Galaxies. I did get into the Night of the Old Republic, the MMO. I always mix up, like, I played both of them. Both of them are excellent. The MMO and the turn-based RPG. Where's its thought? 325 hours, only 61 achievements. I wonder what I'm at. I am at 75 hours. Yeah, like it was one of those ones that just didn't resonate with me. Like, I liked the world, but the PvE content was just way too weak. It's God's way to mostly positive? Nice. I mean, that's what you hope, is you hope they do continue to support the game for the fans and make it better and better. KOTOR was fun, just not the same. Yeah, no, where they announced the KOTOR remake, which I believe last I checked, that looks like it's just straight up not happening potentially. Yeah, it's just the Old Republic, right? Oh yeah, no, the price and everything was fair. But yeah, the like the re-release of KOTOR, I hear it's supposed to happen, and that says it's not gonna do, like, and they're not gonna, like, you know, it's not gonna happen, but it is gonna happen. So I don't know where it's at now. I know it is tenuous, the remake of KOTOR. But I remember a lot of people were upset when they said, well, it's not going to be turn-based. It's going to be like more like the Final Fantasy style RPG thing is what I remember hearing. And remember a lot of people were upset about that. That, you know, they were deviating from the gameplay of the original KOTOR. And my stance on that was kind of like, all right, let's be real here. I loved KOTOR a lot, but it was not for the gameplay. I loved the story. KOTOR's turn-based gameplay was pretty mixed bag. It was not especially great. You kind of put up with it because the story was A++. Like, it wasn't the worst. I don't want to overstate it. KOTOR in online mode? No. There's a mix-up between KOTOR and the Old Republic. The Old Republic is an MMORPG. Knights of the Old Republic is a turn-based RPG that was single-player. But the Knights of the Old Republic was, like, really good. For me, honestly, the biggest negative Knights of the Old Republic is that it's an MMORPG. Like, if they would have just released that as, like, just a single-player game, it was absolutely amazing. I loved the stories. I loved, like, if it wasn't for the monthly fee, I would have kept playing that and gone through each and every one of the different classes, each and every one of the different, like, light side, dark side routes. I would have taken the time to do that if it was just a normal RPG. But with it having a monthly fee tacked onto it, and then, you know, like, the world PvP was okay. like, at the time I played, like, the operative was seen as the meta, but I also was playing as, on one of my characters, I was the, it was the caster one for whatever, I can't remember it. Which wasn't the meta, but it was very high up there. So, you know, PvP, like, I was definitely in the advantage. If you were one of the poor people playing as the melee-only character, I'm so sorry. Because that was not balanced at all. I just stepped on them. Like, if you picked a fight with me, it's like, even if you jumped me, I already won the fight. It didn't matter. Like, it was just way one-sided. The only people who gave me trouble were people in my same class or the operative. The operative gave me... And then we're talking about the equivalence between the two class. Like, the operatives gave me trouble because they were the crowd control class, that they could keep interrupting my casts and causing me trouble. It was a reasonable fight, but it definitely felt like I was fighting an uphill battle. But not an insurmountable one. But it definitely felt like I was just straight up trolling the poor person who could only run up and whack you with their lightsaber and jump at you. You just had to bait out the jump, and then once you had that, you could just basically walk all over them. So PvP was super unbalanced in that game. But, like, even though it was on rails, I liked the spaceship combat thing. I liked... The crafting was okay. Like, the crafting was the style where you have your companion wherever you say, go make this for me. And then you came back and it was done later, so it was just a timer. So the crafting was just okay. It wasn't great, it wasn't terrible. Like, I did it, I enjoyed it. But it wasn't anything that I'm like, oh man, I really missed the crafting. But like the space part of it was pretty... You say you didn't play Star Wars Galaxies? No, at the time I was just into other MMOs. And by the time I got into it, like, it had already kind of faded. Now, even more than a decade later, you're still confused and amused by it? You think I said the WoW story here before? With level 5500, the Defecit, it's a pet and 15 level warrior. Yeah, no, you mentioned it before. Yeah, like, WoW, I get it was like the iterative content, and don't get me wrong, the Old Republic still does the iterative content as well. Like, that's the reason it's the MMO. But, I never... Like, I would have absolutely continued getting it if it was the base game and then each time they add, like, a new story arc, it was a DLC kind of thing. I would have absolutely bought it and, like, kept playing it. But I played through and I did one character as dark side and one character as light side. And that was kind of it. And I liked the stories, I liked the dialogue, I liked all that stuff. But it was the fact that I'd go everywhere and, you know, to get the next thing, I had to, like, sift through a pile of other players, like, get to the NPC, and I'm like, man, all of this is really distracting from the story of this game. And not all games I'm into the story. I play a lot of games that don't even have a story. So the biggest thing you miss about Star Wars Galaxies was the crafting system. If any game copied it, I'd be playing the clone. Yeah. I a lot of ways miss Ultima Online in a lot of the ways they decided to make that game. Like, the problem is the game itself has lots of problems for modern games nowadays, but it had, like, a lot of good stuff. And it had problems. It had lots of problems. But, like, I did like that there wasn't classes or specs or talent points or anything like you set like that. You just had a point system. You could have, I think it was 700 points, and I think later they let you get 100 extra or whatever. It was like 700 points. You could distribute them however you wanted. You had to level them up. But you could say, like, I would like to gain, like, swords and that. And as long as you're doing sword stuff, you would slowly get sword skill. And if you got, like, the top sword skill, you had maxed out. And it would take you a long time to max that out. Like, a really proper long time. Not, like, some of them would go fast. Sword wasn't too horrible. But it would take you a while to work on them. And there was cheesy strats you could use to speed it up, like getting a kitchen knife and going and attacking a bull and having one person bandage you and one person bandage the bull. That way you did very little damage, bulls in that game were actually fairly tough opponents, so far as just being able to take hits, while not hitting particularly hard themselves. They were basically just a big old ball of health and survivability. But they had like dragon taming and all that, and it was fun. So something like Mountain Blade Bannerlord, you get ability points and you can use them. Yeah, like you use your halberd enough times, you get skills in halberd. And now that, because it was an MMO, you had like caps and all that for balance reasons. So you would choose your weapon class and be like, I want to gain halberd. What happened is if you hit your 700 points, is you'd have to go, okay, you can't gain more points until you allocate where they're going to come from. So say I just said everything goes up and then you max out your points and you go, oh crap. So then what you end up doing is going, okay, well I maxed out my points. I don't actually want, swords. I want pole arms. So you tell it, okay, swords down, pole arms up. And so what ends up happening is as you would gain more pole arm skills, it would take away from your swords. So you could kind of adjust your build if over time, like you had made your super duper amazing character, but then, something got nerfed in your build and you're like, well, I don't want to just dump all this. So what I can go ahead and do is I'm going to slowly pivot this character from what they're now to another thing. You wouldn't do like a full-on complete change, like take a melee character to being a mage. That'd be too much of a difference. But you could sit there and go like, oh, this one weapon type, alright, this isn't really a good fit. I want to pivot that over. Here's it. Star Wars Galaxy had 32 professions, but limited amount of skill points stuff. Oh yeah, and also in Ultimate Online, your crafting skills were in that list of like skill stuff. So you had to, you had to balance how much you're going to put into combat, how much you're going to do that. Now each player could have, I think it was like 5 characters. So ultimately what usually happened is you had one character that was just straight up your combat character. Like whatever type you did. You had your just straight up combat character. That's what they do. They do combat. Then you'd usually have a character or two that were either like mixed crafter combat just because they would need a little bit just in case they got attacked. And then maybe have like one character who's your sit at home, I never leave, I strictly crafter and that kind of thing. But it was fun because it gave you a whole lot of stuff to work on. It gave you reason to have characters of different builds and all that. Now, the game had lots of shortcomings, like I wouldn't recommend it nowadays or something like that. It's still around. Like housing and placing your housing on the map, while it was neat and gimmicky, it ultimately meant you couldn't find a place to put your house, and so you'd have people camp for a spot to have a house drop, and people deliberately gank people doing it, all that. Yeah, so it wouldn't even be so I'm saying in Mountain Blade, you get X number of points that you get to choose between two. I wouldn't want that. That's more of a talent point system. I think what I would prefer is instead of that it would just be you skill it up, you get better and better at it, and that maybe when you hit a threshold, you just get some bonus. Because usually with most of those talent point things is when you look at them, there's a correct choice. So there's not really a choice. Like there is between the two talents you look at and go, that one is better in every single situation. So you make the correct choice. Or it's like this one does way more damage and that one, reduces some cost, but money is negligible, so you have a correct choice. It doesn't matter. And I understand Bannerlord, there's some that are better balanced. And for the record, Bannerlord's an excellent game that's kind of in a genre of its own. There's not been many games that have tackled like the medieval siege combat style of game. Yeah, there is a choice. There's a good one, and then there's one that's not so much. Rome Total War? I haven't played that one. Is that like you actually like boots on the ground you're playing that, or is that because I know there's like Stronghold, which is medieval siege, but it's not like you're down in it. RTS? Yeah, so that's just a different game. That's what I'm talking, like you actively participate in a siege. Like, don't get me wrong, there's lots of RTS ones that are made lots and lots of good RTS medieval ones. The old Stronghold series is pretty solid for sieging castles and all that. Sort of StarCrafty, you know, you're both on the same map building your castles and then you fight each other kind of thing. And I've personally, and there's probably ones out there, I personally haven't seen much in the way of games that to me hit the same niche as Bannerlord. No, I'm aware of who Spiffing Briff is. Yeah, usually he does videos on exploits and all that. Like doing all sorts of meme fun stuff by coming up with clever exploits and breaking games and whatnot. Sorry about that. Oh yeah, no, I enjoy Spiffing Brit a lot. Because you had to play through where you completely ignored combat, except bandit fights, getting like 20 horse archers and being a trader. At some point, you had to get more horse archers and lancers because the herd speed penalty. Yeah, that's one of the interesting things with Bannerlord as well. Like, the game very much leans itself towards your job as the conquest, but it also actually does a really good job of being a game that is like, if you just don't want to conquest, you just want to... You can take over the map gradually by just economy. Like, eventually you'll have someone declare war on you, and that becomes the whole thing. But you can effectively just be like, I'm just gonna economics my way through. And you can even win wars with economics. That you just try and not lose a whole bunch, and you basically pay off the person declaring war. Star Wars Galaxy is what SWG is. It's a really old Star Wars MMO. That was around for a while, but eventually got shut down. And ultimately, it was player progression that was the thing that seemed to kind of kill it. It used to be becoming like a Jedi or whatever was like a really big deal in the game. And they made it far more accessible, which kind of ruined how special it was and all that. That was my understanding. That it was that, and a bunch of that kind of, you know, pushed people away. Like the people that put in the time suddenly feeling like they got cheaped on. Let's see, towards the end of the trader skill tree, you can straight up buy settlements. Yep. Well, yeah. Now, Bannerlord, it's supposed to be that, you know, people don't want you to rule the world. So, as you start getting enough, it becomes a problem. I mean, stuff like even Civilization games do that. That as you start becoming too big of a power, even if you're doing so through economics or whatever, the other factions will eventually turn against you. Spiff also broke Bannerlord? That's not surprising. There's emulators for the three main stages of the game: original, CU, and NGE. Is that... are we talking about galaxies, or... Yeah, no, that's the thing. And absolutely, like, makes good content. Very much enjoy. I miss a lot of his content now because I'm so busy, but... Well, right, every game has bugs. Now, the issue is some of those bugs aren't usually exploitable, but also, when you look at a lot of the games that are played by Spiffing Brit, you're talking about games that have complexity to them. And unfortunately, the negative games with complexity to them is the more complexity, the more places that things can go awry, to be poked at and broken. You know, if you play like a super duper simple game like, you know, free cell or something, the opportunity to break the game is far more limited. Not that it doesn't exist. Every game can have a bug, but there's less opportunity. When you get into games that have like intricate systems like Prison Architect, RimWorld, this game would probably be a perfect example. The more systems you have, the more places. He also broke Steam and YouTube. Yep. Same thing with everything. The more complexity, the more places for problems to arise, the harder it is to troubleshoot and QA and all that. And that's not downplaying Spiffing Brit in any realm. Like, I love his content. He does an amazing job. But like, where there's a there's a game that I couldn't break. It's like, I don't know. I'm pretty sure I could find a game that you push a button and it flips a coin, heads or tails, and you have to guess which one it is. I'm sure that game exists out there, by the way. It would be very difficult to exploit a game that literally there's one button, you push it, and it says yes, no. But most games like that aren't fun. So it says, if I ever get a position of QA stuff, my recommendation would be to pay for the contractor rates. I wouldn't be surprised, and I don't know one thing, I wouldn't be surprised if there are times that he gets contacted to do that. He might even do it sometimes. That he goes and he's paid to be a playtester. That wouldn't surprise me at all. And one of the fun things about that is a lot of times they can like double dip with that, where you'll have a game that's, they're past their alpha or whatever. They're, getting to that beta phase, they're ready to start throwing in front of people, that they will get streamers and content creators who their whole thing is they break stuff. And be like, hey, we're gonna do that. Added bonus, you put this up as content and we'll pay you for that too. Yeah, that's what I say. I thought I heard something about him that doing QA on the side or as a main income or whatever. But I don't know for a fact. Yeah, so that's basically a white hat hacker. That depends on how you approach the term white hat hacker. So, for those who don't know, normally when you're dealing with, like, hackers, there's different tiers, but the most common two types of hackers are what's referred to as a white hat hacker, which is a hacker who's doing it for good reasons, and that is like a company would hire you to break into their stuff. So, you're both on the level. That are like, hey, we want you to break into our stuff. When you do, you need to disclose that you've broken in, how you did it, recommendations, all that. So they're doing stuff like pen testing, which is basically to see if you can get into their system and all that. Then you have Black Hat. Black Hat is the bad hacker. That's a hacker who finds their way into a system and then extorts people, or wipes out a bank account or whatever the goal is. They're the nefarious hacker. Now, you also have stuff like Gray Hat and Red Hat, and those get murkier about, okay, is it good or bad, and all that. And the issue is White Hat Hacker nowadays has taken on multiple meanings. So there's the one I talked about where it's on the up and up, that literally they are hired to do it by the company who they're doing it for. There's also White Hat, where they do, supposedly they're White Hat, where they would break into someone's system without, letting them know in advance. And when they break in, then they would do the thing of saying, hey, I broke into your system, here's how I did it, yada, yada, yada. And that's not seen as innocent anymore. So that's not really seen as kind of white hat anymore. That's more where like gray hat comes in, where it's like, okay, you're doing a positive, but you're also not doing it in the way it's supposed to do. I'm hitting the wrong button. I'm like, why am I not getting out of the tractor? I'm just not pushing the right buttons at all. Gray Hat usually break into systems for fun, then report it. Yeah, so it's like, Gray Hat is like, are they good hackers? Like, yeah, that is a more complicated question. yes, but also no, but also yes. And then red hats are kind of on a little bit of the other side. I'm going to get this one wrong because I haven't seen the term in forever. Red hat was usually you're breaking into a system for nefarious purposes from the perspective of that system, but ultimately not necessarily ultimately nefarious purposes. That one not many people use, and I don't even think they keep it around anymore. It'd be like where hackers break into a system because the company who, like the company the system belongs to is doing something awful, and so, you know, they're going in there to cause the company grief. So it's like, you know, political hacking or whatever. Like that kind of thing. So they're doing the bad, but also they may be doing it for what to them is a good reason, which is why it's like red hat, and that's another term that it's also got multiple meanings, which is the reason you don't usually hear gray hat and red hat much anymore, is those terms have gotten too many meanings to be useful. Is there a type Husker, it's like, broke into your system, if you pay me I'll tell you what I did? That would fall under black hat mostly, because that's extortion. Like you're saying, I broke into your system, I've endangered your people, I know how to fix it, but also, I'm not going to tell you unless you give me a fistful of dollars. It's effectively, it's almost online with, it's just shy of a ransom. Because you now know that they can do it, and you now know that your customers or employees or whatever are in danger. The difference between black hat and gray hat is economic reasoning. A little bit more. Yeah, but that is one of those things that, like, gray hat has multiple meanings. I mean, white hat also has multiple meanings, but thing. Yeah, it seems like ransom, less than veiled threat. Yeah, it's somewhere in that area. It's clearly not on the up and up. And doing so in most jurisdictions would be illegal. Yes. That's like, that's one of the things that's become a problem, is there's places here in the US that technically white hat hacking falls afoul. I don't know if it's still a problem, but there was, for a long time, Atlanta, Georgia was building itself up to be a cybersecurity capital within the country. Like, that was their big thing, is they were going, okay, we want to bring in tech people, cybersecurity's hot, we're going to put a lot of money into trying to encourage cybersecurity companies to move to this state, we're going to, you know, do incubators and all these things, so they're like really, really going for it. And to a certain degree, it, you know, it works really, really, like, it worked really, really well. And then they passed a law in the state that basically made pen testing, even if done with permission of the company, effectively illegal, which made things very complicated for them. And I don't know whatever happened to that, because that would have been 6-7 years ago or something like that that happened. So you kind of built up this business in your state, and then immediately went, well, what if that business was mostly illegal? That's why the name is changing from white hack to pen testers. I mean, it's hacking and then extorting for a solution. Yeah, exactly. Generally, the consensus nowadays is trying to bypass a system's security unless you have the authorization by the company or individual that is responsible for that system. In most places, just that much is illegal. Oh yeah, no, it was 100%. The people passing the laws weren't experts in the things that they were passing the laws of, and did not listen to the people who were experts on it, which is a problem that even well-meaning people do. Nakuma says, it's like when you test the TSA. I could test them as an individual doesn't mean I could rough them up in the process. Well, I mean, also, if you test the TSA being like, all right, let me see if I can strap strap a firearm on this and walk through TSA, you're still getting arrested. If you try and go into a place like, you know, like you try and get into the airport with a firearm strapped to your side, they're gonna be like, yeah, I need to go over here real fast. You don't get to have that back. If you're lucky, they'll tell you can go back to your car. But like a knife, they'll probably be like, you can go back to your car and drop that off if you want. And usually, you know, you've waited an hour in line, so you're like, no, it's fine. The knife's gone. It's not worth the $20 or whatever. But with a firearm, they're gonna be like, yeah, you're not getting this back. Sorry, this is a no. This belongs to us now. If you make a scene, you're gonna be arrested, and you're probably still gonna be arrested either way. It's the same thing that happens if you try and like take a firearm into like Disney World or something like that. They immediately hit you with trespass. That they're like, you have posted everywhere, no firearms, no firearms, no firearms, no firearms. You're coming here to our home saying, where we say no firearms in our home, and you're not going to be allowed here with your firearms, and you brought your firearms, you're gonna be arrested. Now, all that happens is, you know, you get arrested, you get talking to and all that, and you're going to get fined and all that, but you're not going to usually, like, go to jail or anything. Now, if you start waving the gun around, then you're going to jail. But, yeah. Now, you've had 2 things taken, but you could have gotten them back. Yeah, no, that's the thing. Usually there is a route to get them back. Like, if you don't make a scene, like, if you were to walk up and you had a firearm and you're like, oh, I'm so sorry, I forgot about it. There's a pretty good chance, if you're not a jerk about it, they will take it from you and it'll be secured and all that. And if everything else goes smoothly, you're probably just going to be detained as they question you and all that, and they might let you go. You're not getting your gun back right away, but, you know, there's a potential it could get mailed to you or whatever. I don't know the exact process. The point is, don't take your gun through TSA. It's very clear you shouldn't have it there. Wasn't there an air marshal that got arrested through TSA once? Did not mean to, nor intended to. In Facebook, there's been recommendations from German hacking scene to not even take money from a company if they offer it proactively to you information on how you hacked it. Or do more pen testing. There's a notorious hacker article in the law now that, to my knowledge, you are already liable in case Raw explained the breaching security measures without prior authorization. The courts will be forced to take any money. Yep. Well, that's I forget the one is, and it's used as a blank umbrella thing that is the unlawful access of a computer or electronic system. And that's kind of what happens is you do pen testing. If you don't have explicit written permission to do the pen testing in advance, you are committing a federal crime. Even if you are 100% altruistic in your purposes, you are committing a federal crime. Now, a lot of companies, if you disclose and all that, they'll be like, thank you, and you'll be fine. But the problem is, some of them get real upset about the fact that you access their systems in a way they didn't wanted. And if they press charges, you have committed a federal crime that can net you 15 years in prison. So you 100% get permission before you start messing with people's stuff. Oh yeah, so TSA is Transport Security Administration. Basically, it's when you go to any form of like major transportation, primarily airports here in the United States. It's the people who check your passport. You know, make sure you're not bringing anything you're not supposed to, and are basically just mostly security theater that they just make you do a song and dance so people feel a little bit safer. Like, metal detectors do 90% of the work they need. But it is what it is. Oh, yeah. Like, that's the thing. If you accessed it without systems, you know, you're 100% in violation of the law. Like, there's no middle ground there. If you access the system without permission, they can choose not to press charges, and then you're fine. But the fact of the matter is, they can press charges. You have put all of your faith in the trust the fact that they're not going to press charges. Now, once they write up a contract, all that, you're fine. Like, you're all good. Then it's no longer unauthorized access. But the moment you access someone's systems without their permission, you are potentially putting yourself on the hook for 15 years. Again, good chance you won't get pressed. Don't take your chances. It's not worth going to jail for 15 years for. Up to 15 years. I think the starting charge is 5. Yeah, no, so Adam's pointing out. Yeah, I mean, that's the same thing with any security, is there's going to be times that security fails. But yeah. No, I have strong opinions about TSA. My personal opinion with TSA is it's security theater. And what security theater means is you put up a whole bunch of stuff that looks like security in front of something to make people feel safe. Does it make them safer? No. Does it make it worse? Not necessarily either. But it makes people feel safer. It's also something that, you know, the people doing it can turn around and say, we did something, even though what you did didn't really help. Now, do I think they should totally abolish it entirely? No, but the point is the metal detector will detect most things that you have to worry about. Knives, guns, whatever. But otherwise, there's very little. You can bypass metal detector relatively easy. Yep. Well, that's the other thing, is now they've got like the pay-to-play thing where you file some paperwork and then they just let you bypass all of like the mainline security. You're like, well, just tell me, just show me this doesn't matter by just letting people not adhere to it. Make it only a problem for the pores. I don't have the pre-check. But it feels that way. Pretty much the entire experience of flying in a plane is like having class warfare slammed in your face, being, oh, you have to pass all the bourgeois people who can afford the nice seats. They get to board before you. And just like every step of the way, like, oh, I see. I'm not among the wealthy people, so I get the worst experience. Invasive like saying, on and off topic, I would applaud Rual for reading all of these long posts without fail while in a game, watching all the chats. I definitely miss it when chat picks up, or it's one of the negatives when I play Project Zomboid. When I play Project Zomboid, I miss stuff because there's no, like right now when I get this pointing in the right direction, I get 10-15 seconds. I can just, you know, I know that's going to go in its direction. And that whole thing. Or was that my plate clutches the pearls? Yeah. Made my pass. You flew business class in 2023 for the first time. If I could afford to do it every time, I so would. Don't even get me started on the lounge access. Yeah. I got lucky. Man, I can't remember when this was. This is going back a long time, like 15 years. I got lucky on one of my work flights. I don't even remember where the heck I was going. It wasn't even a super long flight either, which is a shame. That it was one of those situations that they overbooked. There was space in, you know, business class, and they bumped me up. And I had a coworker I was going with. He's like, "You're not gonna leave me back here, right?" It's like, "Oh, I'm leaving you back here. I am gone." It's like, I've seen those seats, man. For someone this tall, I've seen those seats. I am in that seat. I would absolutely pay for it too if I could afford it. Especially, like, when I fly in a plane, it's as bad for me as the person in front of me. I feel so bad for the person in front of me because I'm not super tall, but I've got fairly long legs that my knees, if their chair isn't like if you're not like in the emergency row or something, my knees are the back of their chair the whole flight. I don't want to do it. I'm not like, I'm doing everything I can to prevent it. There's nowhere for me to put my legs. I am just murdering the spine of the person in the chair in front of me. It's like, look, man, you need to take this up with the plane makers. Like, I understand they want to pack us in like sardines, but this is too much. Give me my extra 2 inches, please. You'll lose 1 row of seats. It's fine. The only time you remember clearly wasn't being able to afford a Snickers bar. Oh, yeah. Like everything you pay for on those flights. As you did first class for your, you and your partner when you went back to Vegas? Nice. Like, it's also the worst thing is the flights you want first class is the long ones. The flights where first class cost your soul is the long ones. Like, you get that little tiny hop from, like, what, like, you know, you're this state or country to, like, right next door. Like, a little hop that's, you know, a 2-hour thing because you have to be there and back in one day or whatever. You know, for work. You know, it's like, those are the ones that, like, you could justify. Because, like, $40, I'm like, I'm not paying $40 for a 2-hour flight. Look, man, that's not a thing that's going to happen. It's going to take me longer to get in my seat and get my bag up here and then back down the other side than it is going to be actually in the air doing plane things. Then you get to the one, man, I wish I could have justified first class for the flight to New Zealand. 16 hours in the plane. Oh my god, did I wish I had first class in that. Would I love to see it again? Yes. Do I wish there's a way I could somehow, like, I hate layovers. Do I wish I could somehow have a layover halfway there? I actually don't know if I would say yes to that too, but I feel like in the moment I want to say yes. Business class to Vienna was just economy, but they just left the middle seat empty by default. I do like when you get those flights, where it's a flight that you're going to a place that, you know, they kind of feel obligated to send a plane to, but, you know, no one really wants to go there. Like when I go to visit Tomb's family, like we end up doing like the major airports up into the last hop, and then we go to the airport that's local for her parents, and it is in the middle of nowhere, California, in the valley. And it is one of those airports that they have, check it, big time, they have 2 gates. 2 gates that can handle a small, and if you really push it, mid-sized jet. You can get a jet with 2 engines on it up to those gates. So when you go into those gates, you're in a plane with like 4 people. So they don't give a crap where you sit. I do enjoy those flights, even though those smaller ones can get a little bumpy sometimes. 14 hours the longest you did and could hardly sleep. Oh, your sister and mom slept like rocks. Oh, I'm the same way. I don't sleep well on planes. I've tried so many times. I've tried so many tricks to try and make it happen. I just do not sleep well on planes. Kieran, you got lucky for the flight to Vegas to Amsterdam. The seat next to us was empty, so we had plenty of space. You mostly doze in planes. So it's like, it's one of those things that have mixed feelings. So like, Tomb when she flies, she has to take medicine. And it just knocks her out. Just like straight up gone. And it's because motion sickness. And so on one hand, I am jealous of the fact that she gets to sleep on the flight. On the other hand, I am very not jealous of motion sickness. I definitely would take my situation over motion sickness. But I am jealous when I'm sitting there. I've been awake for 14 plus hours dealing with all the airport crap and security and all those kind of things in an uncomfortable seat. The movies available are all kind of eh. And I can't like get enough space to get a laptop in there or do something. And I'm just kind of like listening to like 12 hours of audiobook going, you know what I want to be doing? Anything else? If you don't have motion sickness and you take motion sickness medicine, what happens? You get sleepy. I would not recommend using them as a sleeping aid if that's where that's going. I do not believe there would be any major adverse effects outside of the normal side effects of that medicine. But don't go taking medicine that's not meant for the purpose of what you're trying to do. You can buy things that are sleeping aids. Those are just off. All right. You have a good one, FG. Like, you can just straight up buy some, like, ZQL or something. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. And again, you should be following FG. Absolutely fantastic creator. You guys ought to be aware so your body doesn't let me sleep. Yeah. Alright, so Harvester is still doing its thing. And this is the handful of months of this game that are going to be a bit sweaty. Because not this in-game day, but next in-game day, I have a lot to do. Because I believe that's when our sorghum is going to be ready. Yeah, sorghum gets ready tomorrow. So... I'm leaving that one alone. But as well as things. And there's actually times that you'll have medicine that's like, this medicine is made for whatever. Like whatever its main function is. Like this medicine is, oh, here's a perfect example, like Tylenol. This medicine is made as a painkiller. That's its job. Its job is to be a painkiller. The other added bonus of Tylenol is in the event of like heart attack, that kind of thing, it's also a blood thinner. Not a great one. Or was it Tylenol or Advil? I can't remember which one. But it's one of those things that like if you realize you're having a heart attack, that they're like, yeah, pop 2 of those things. Like, while you like dial 911, pop 2 of those things, like do what you gotta do. Aspirin. Yeah. But it is one of those things that's a mild blood thinner. So while its main function is to be a painkiller, they do use it as a mild blood thinner under, certain circumstances. But there's a whole bunch of stuff like that where there are times you use what is generally, there's also times you have like medicine that it's normally considered a negative side effect of the medicine because you have, this is designed to like handle cholesterol or whatever. And that has all these negative side effects. And that for the purposes of another condition, that negative side effect actually becomes the thing you want. They're like, you know what? That's the ticket. The Cooper says there's lots of drugs they prescribe for a spectrum of what it's meant for. Yep. I was going to move this over there to pick that up. Then I realized it's facing the wrong way. You're given something originally meant for anti-seizures? Yep. But yeah, there's lots of interesting things where they go. Sorry. There's lots of interesting things where that happens. And again, don't be like, well, Rual told me I should take this if I'm having a heart attack. Like, consult a doctor. But talk to that. Like, it doesn't matter if it doesn't matter if the person on the internet is like, no, trust me, I know medicine, which I'm telling you that's not what I know. But if they did say, trust me, I know this, don't trust them. Don't. Unless you know they're an actual like practicing doctor or whatever, it's fine to use them as an idea of where to potentially look. Like you could go, oh, this person told me this, let me ask my doctor about it. That can be fine, but on the surface, don't just go with it. Yeah, Dr. Google doesn't have a license. Correct. So the thing we're running into here, chat, is we are... Ah, it was too late to snooze the ad. It's fine. We'll go a little bit longer since we're going to hit you with the ad. I was about to check. It's like, oh, let me snooze the ad real fast, but it's too late. It's already like, ad is starting soon. And once it does, that snooze gets disabled. So we'll go like a little bit longer. That way I don't feel like I've given you an ad then stepped away. Even though we in healthcare use Dr. Google regularly. Right, but use Dr. Google and, you know, you're an informed individual who, when you read something, you're like, I feel like that's some BS. And you know to, like, go to Dr. Google to find credible resources versus, I found that person there who said I could go and inject cornstarch into my vein and it'd make me super healthy. No, that's not a thing. That'll probably kill you, actually. Hell, injecting yourself with water, just straight up water, will kill you. Lots of things that don't belong in your blood directly should not go in your blood directly. Like, that's how you get blood poisoning. Because that water, full of all sorts of bacteria and bad stuff. And, you know, putting it directly in your veins is bypassing several layers of your immune system. That really, you know, interesting whole setup your body's got to help protect it. When you kind of skip it, you know, not a good time. That was like having someone who's like, you know, if you get, I can't remember, it's like you get this type of vitamin C, you know, like this amount of vitamin C daily, you're immune to respiratory disease. Like, no. That's not even, like, in theory true. Like, that's not even, if you really fudge the numbers, true. Like, vitamin C will make you feel a little better, but it doesn't actually make you a little better. I mean, vitamin C deficiency will certainly hurt you. But no, you can't just take a pill and be immune to everything. If you could, we would have those pills. And you know the pharmaceutical company charging you through the nose for it, and you'd pay for it because they would absolutely make bank on it. Because that's the thing, as a preventative, even if you wouldn't get sick, it would be absolutely worth it to potentially do that, as long as it wasn't financially crippling. So I was saying, injecting anything into your bloodstream other than blood is usually deadly. Even most blood. Yep. That's why TV specialists sell stuff. The reverse is kind of true. If you don't get this amount of vitamin C... Well, yeah, that's the thing. Like, that's most vitamins. Like, if you do not get enough, bad things happen. But if you get too much, also sometimes bad things happen. Like, getting too much vitamin A, like a lot too much, is bad for you. It's really bad for you, because it's fat soluble. So it stays in your fat, and it will make you dead. But you do need to get enough of it to maintain your body, or you also get dead. Vitamin C is fortunately water soluble, so if you get too much, other than like absolutely ludicrous extreme amounts, doesn't really do much to hurt you. But it doesn't make you immune to respiratory disease. That is the key thing here. There are sicknesses out there that the treatment is to give your body something in a larger than normal quantity to give it an edge, but it's never a thing that's like the instant fix. It's part of usually a set of treatment. That's why you never eat a polar bear or seal fat or liver. Yep. If you were to eat a polar bear liver, you would die of vitamin A poisoning. Or I think it's like vitamin A toxicity or whatever the actual term for the condition is. Are you telling me your airborne won't keep me safe from sickness on a plane? What? I have no idea. That polar bear, anything will kill you? Yeah, I have no idea. Yeah, exactly. The difference between poison and medicine is the dosage. Like, it is a problem in the medical industry that one of the things that people use for lethal injection typically is what's effectively anesthetic. They just say, here's the dosage you get. What if, hear me out, we just made that number way bigger? And in the medical industry, they don't want that because, you know, using the medicine that people are scared of to kill people really kind of hurts convincing the people scared of that medicine to use it. Because there are people who are very, very afraid of being put under for purposes of surgery. It is a thing that you really have to work with them. And so it's a whole thing that's like this, revolving door that this medicine will be used for lethal injection, and then there'll be a bunch of lawsuits, and then it's not allowed to be used for lethal injection anymore, so they use the next medicine. There's a bunch of lawsuits, and they're not allowed to use that one, and that kind of thing. But again, that's a dosage thing. It's also a reason why not anyone gets to be an anesthesiologist, that it is a specialty that people put tons and tons of hours and hours and hours and hours in learning and, you know, becoming experts at, and the moment you start falling outside what they're comfortable with, they're like, nope, the surgery's not happening. Even if you waited for months, like, nope, I'm uncomfortable, this does not seem to be going the way we're expecting, we are noping out of this. Oh yeah, no, that's the entire thing about chemotherapy. Is it is a nutrient your body absorbs, and the cells that absorb it don't make it. And so you use it for treating fast-growing things, i.e. cancer, because they absorb and they die. That's also why you lose your hair, because hair grows very fast as well, so it also absorbs it. That's also why they can't just keep blasting you till you get better, is, you know, they have to do it in dosages and they have to wait. Like, you have to give your body a chance to recover. That's really one of the reasons why, with like really bad cases, they'll do stuff like they'll do surgery, then they'll follow up with chemo, and then they'll do the next thing. Like, they'll have orders of operation they do. I don't know the orders. But they'll have orders of operation so that they do this thing, let your body recover, you know, once they've got it knocked down a certain amount. You know, they also use like other things like different types of radiation and all that as well. That they are doing the balance of trying to keep you alive while, you know, tackling this thing that your body can't identify as a threat. Which, it's honestly, they're getting really high tech with some of the stuff there, like with the radiation treatment. Like, they've gotten it down to the point that they can like really, really, really finely target that radiation. Versus like in the past, it was, you know, it was early tech. It was far more crude. But they've come a long way in what they could do with that, so far as like, you know, they can't fully remove side effects or anything like that, certainly not. But the odds, like, they can reduce the risk of side effects a lot compared to what it used to be. The tech you're mostly excited about is radio scalpels that should make most cancer cells treatable. Very exciting the advances they're coming along with. Oh yeah, that was one of the little jobs I got to work on. It was a manufacturing company, but they had almost all their manufacturing automated because every single piece they made was unique. And what it was there was a cancer hospital in the area, but it was a plate that they would use to effectively work. It wasn't a lens. I think it actually worked like reflecting off of it. But it was a piece that would work with their radiation, so, you know, they would line everything up when they're going to, you know, do the radiation treatment, that they could target like very precisely what around. They would hit the tissue immediately around it deliberately, but they would keep it to just the intended tissue they want to target. And they could get, like, really finely done. But it was every single one of those had to be made down to, like, you know, hundreds of thousands of a millimeter, you know, precision. And they looked like just this big spike maze thing. Like, this big spike cube thing. It was like a box that had all these, like, random spikes. And it was to shape the way they'd bounce the radiation. And it was just fascinating that they could sit there, they would get the thing commissioned, you know, it would, like, draw it all up, they'd have, like, the whole bunch of checks done, it'd automatically go out to the CNC machine on the floor, which is already preloaded with the blanks, you know, it would CNC it out, they would have a machine that would, like, then after the fact run an entire process where it would scan all that kind of stuff, and, like, it would try, you know, take the physical object and then put it into the computer again, to do the first pass check, being like, okay, did we get the measurements right? And then if that passed, then a human being would do, like, one final check on it, and then they, you know, would send it out. And that entire process would take all of an hour and a half, 2 hours. And it was just, like, amazing to see that operation. That you could, like, you could literally be checked into the hospital, and you're going, okay, you're here for your treatment, okay, you know, we've done all of what they have to do on their side and their computers and all that at the hospital. They would send it off, and while they're, like, talking you through, saying, hey, here's the side effects, here's all this stuff, here's the things we need to consider, you know, here's all that. Like, you know, they're sitting down with the patient, getting everything ready, that this thing would be manufactured and, like, shipped on over, you know, while you're in the office. Like, that's how fast they could move. I'm assuming they would still do a lot of it, like, the day in advance, and do all, like, their prep and everything. I could only imagine that type of treatment. They would have you, like, you know, have you on a restricted diet and a whole bunch of other nonsense that you do just as a precaution because of, you know, potential side effects from stuff you're eating and whatever. But it was just amazing to see all of that tech in work, just how well-oiled a machine that entire thing was. The manufacturing process, the hospital, and everything. It's honestly like you go to the dentist to actually have, like, a good setup these days, where you go in there, they go to do the tooth, they have, like, that scan wand thing that they, like, wave all over you, and it puts this entire, like, 3D rendering of your tooth and all that sort of stuff inside and out. They can, like, dig into the layers and all that. And you see, like, all of that. And then, you know, if you know to get, like, crown or whatever, they take that off, they scan it again kind of thing. And they can basically duplicate your tooth and put, like, get a blank they can put right in there. You know, and if it's all these teeth around the middle, then usually they'll just, they can just do it in the, the dentist's office, like, that day while you're there. You know, if it's usually in the back, they'll usually make out harder stuff that, you know, has to be shipped out. But just the fact that, like, in the past, like, way in the past when you used to do that, they would get these teeth, it was almost like a putty stuff they'd make the porcelain out of, so that way they could shape it and all that. And then they would send that off, and they would go and get it done. They would do the whole thing where you, like, bite into, like, the gooey stuff, hold it in your mouth, get an imprint. Then they'd, like, fill that up with their thing. They'd go and they'd compare, and they'd, like, do, like, a little bit of cleanup here and there. Like, you know, if you're gonna get your tooth done, like, you know, clean up some of the defects and all that. And then ship that off, and then they get back and see if it fits, and you'd have to make a bunch of adjustments. So, like, that's just another place where it's just mind-boggling how ridiculous they can do that. Like, and they can get it down to the precision now that they go in, they pop in there, you got that spot that you get your crown put on or whatever, and they put it on. They haven't, like, done the cement or anything, and then, like, they have trouble getting it back off for a second because it's so well fitted that, like, just the minor suction that comes because, you know, the inside of your mouth is wet, but just that minor suction is enough that they have to, like, manage to disrupt the suction to get it back out. Which is just not even remotely what it was before. It'll be interesting seeing how it's done in 5-10 years. Oh, yeah. Well, that's... You can never predict which ones it'll be too far in advance. But there... I mean, you think back, like, 100 years, there were diseases that you got it, and you just... You know, you could write your own obituary. You weren't going to make it. That's just the way it was. You were dead. Like, it wasn't... There was nothing anyone could do. They give you some painkillers and say, you know, get your papers in order. And some of those diseases are like, yeah, here's your pill, you're fine. Like, you don't even go, like, the actual proper doctor. You just go, like, urgent care when you're not feeling great. They're like, here's your 3 pills. Take them. Don't skip any. And you're fine from something that was a death sentence before. And it's one of those things you just imagine in the future that we'll have something that, you know, is such a scary thing that, you know, you're terrified at the idea of getting diagnosed with it because you know you're not coming back from it kind of things. That, like, you know, the what is it, the one you get from asbestos. Like, if you get that, you know, you can technically survive, but the odds are so low. It's just awful. And that they might just figure out, like, oh yeah, we could fix this with this. Yeah, we just have this thing, you swallow it, like, it absorbs the fibers, and you're good. You know, you'll be knocked down for a little while, but yeah, you'll be fine. Yeah, I was trying to pronounce it, but yeah, that, you know, it could be that, you know, 2-3 years in a row that someone comes up with a pill, because the whole problem is that you get these, like, super duper fine fibers that they just go in there and they slice and dice in you. But, you know, there's the whole thing there. I can get that one there as well. That one is triggering on the name of the condition because people use it as a mean thing as well. But yeah, so it's as well as things that, you know, you could just potentially have it where they find some way to capture those fibers that are the danger that gets you sick, that you just take. You know, it could even be a thing that if it was, like, so uninvasive for you that just as a precaution, once every 10 years, we're like, here's your you don't get asbestos sickness pill. And you know, you take your pill and you don't have to worry about it. It's effectively, it's not a vaccine, but it kind of works like a vaccine as a prevention in that you take it. If you had that stuff in you, it absorbs you. That could be a thing that happens. I don't think so, but I don't know. Or as a matter like HIV back in the day was you get it and you're like, you're dead. You're not there yet. Versus nowadays, there's a whole bunch of stuff they can do to greatly limit its contagiousness and its impact in your life. You're never cured, but you can live what's effectively a normal life with extra pills. If you're saying completely, you were waiting with your mom for 5 years to get her kidney transplants. Finally got one, but the delay caused kidney issues. Now need kidney transplant. Yeah. So much research going into growing organs. Maybe that won't be a problem. Well, that's the other thing. It's like right now to get a donation for most organs, someone has to die. There's some that you can get. Like kidneys are one that you can get a donor that gives up a kidney to help you out and still live on. You know, it usually costs them a little bit of their life, but you know, they can do that. But you know, you can't really give up a lung without severe negative consequences to your life. You can't give up a heart or anything like that. But the idea of just being able to like either print out an artificial kidney or, you know, someone needs a kidney, you put it in the machine and you just grow a kidney right there. There's also a preventative next day kind of thing. Yeah, you still never want to have to rely on it, but it's good that's a thing. They call you when there's a possible donor, and then you wait and hope they will die in time. It's a moral dilemma? Yeah. Yeah. Because that's the other thing is when you do an organ donation, it's not like they have like a freezer full of kidneys. It's like once it's removed, it has to be used very shortly afterwards, or the chances of it successfully taking become horrendously low. Like to the point it'd be almost malpractice because you're better off keeping your bad one than making you suffer through the surgery just for it to not take and you effectively, your body starts fighting what it sees as an infection, which is, you know, the organ. For liver, it's a 12-hour window. That's actually pretty long, honestly. Some of them are even shorter. The nice thing about printing organs would be, it's your own DNA, your immune system, it's part of. So self-avoiding rejection, yeah, you'd probably reduce the risk of rejection to a pretty minimal amount. But yeah, and we don't, like all these things, there's going to be a whole bunch of them that they're going to work on. There's going to be a handful of them that actually see through. There's going to be a handful that don't. There's going to be some we haven't even heard of that someone will be trying to fix some other problem and go, wait a second, we can use this for this. And then suddenly we'll have a solution. Well, eliminate it entirely. So your body can reject its own organs. Like, you can just live your life and your body just says, you know, that kidney, I suddenly don't like it. It's very low risk, but it's an autoimmune thing. So you still can run into it. But yeah, the risk of rejection would be minuscule. Yeah, now when you get an organ transplant, they usually will do stuff that massively weakens your immune system on the short term, to give your body time to acclimate to it and all that. Is autoimmune the same thing as organ rejection? Yes and no. It is your immune system destroying tissue you do not want destroyed. The specifics as to why. But if we're describing an organ that your body thinks is yours and it rejects it, would you consider that autoimmune or rejection? Because it would definitely be blurring the lines. Because my point is, it isn't literally a 0% chance of rejection. It's just an exceptionally low one. But we also don't really know because we haven't been able to produce, you know, organs from their own people. Oh yeah, no, my dad was in chemotherapy, you know, since COVID, and yeah. There's always one of those things that, you know, like, that also rocks your immune system. So being in a really dire situation, that was like, there was times they wanted to come to visit where Tomb works at a place where there's lots and lots of tourists and all that popping through, and lots and lots and lots of stuff going around, and everyone was getting sick during that time. And, you know, my family wanted to visit and are like, no, sorry. That's, and my, you know, I was like, hey, you know, if it kills me, like, that's my choice. I'm like, that's fine. It's not your choice. It's my choice too. You may be okay with that. I'm not okay with killing my dad. Because, like, we were doing everything in our power to try and mitigate risk because she was around so many people. It was tough. The other interesting thing is your immune system doesn't know you have eyes. And you better hope it never finds out. I hadn't heard that one. Alright, so you have a close relative waiting list for a kidney. They're in dialysis now. You're worried about those things. Yeah. Difficult one. Oh, you actually did get to the end of the road. End of the row. You know what? This will actually be... We'll probably wrap up here. I think we've gone a little bit long, so let's go ahead and make sure I have... Yeah, so we'll know exactly what's going on. It's because I've got this, a half harvested field with a harvester. I can do the math. Here, we'll actually pop in... Nah, we'll use the screenshot from earlier. I don't know why I'm walking over here. It doesn't matter. We're gonna just save, and when I reload, I'll appear next to the thing anyways. But I would say today has been a very productive stream. We've done a really good job in what we've got going on in our run for today. We are in the middle of harvesting all of our wheat. That's going well. We have our sorghum planted, and that will be right for harvesting tomorrow. Our sheep population is getting absolutely fantastic, so that's wonderful. We made a decent amount of money. Now, it doesn't look like I have much yet, because we bought that field the other day. We haven't got our payout for the granary and all that. That won't be until the end of the in-game year, but we're doing good. What's going to end up happening the next time we play, we'll finish harvesting that field, and that'll be all, well, actually, yeah, that field and that field, all as I have left till we're done. I'm going to start getting the stuff plowing as fast as I can, you know, and then fertilizing all that, because tomorrow I have to harvest this field. I might have to actually slow down time in the in-game tomorrow, because between harvesting that field, plowing these fields, and getting them set up, because they have to be... No, actually, wait. I have a whole day in between, right? Oh, no, it's not going to be that bad. Because we're gonna harvest the sorghum. Yeah, I'll harvest the sorghum while we're doing that. It'll be a busy day, but then we'll plant that the next day, so we're fine. Okay, so with all that said, let's go ahead and hit that save button and exit out of here. For those of you over there in YouTube land, I will be ending the stream, so don't forget to like and subscribe, because I got to end it for here. And it'll be the same for you over in TikTok. Don't forget to like.